All right. That light is sketchy. Okay, let's see. How's the YouTube stream looking? Pretty dead. Yeah, we should have sound though. No. All right, that's one audio in. That's the music in. Okay, good shout. Let's make sure this one is actually correct. Yeah, so the YouTube stream is now fine. Let's add this live chat. So let's pop that out, shall we? Pop out chat. We're good. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yesterday was a little bit of a failed stream. But today we can do better, I think. It's probably the last time I'm going to wear this shirt, by the way. Because I just realized that when I put it on now, that it's way too short. It's like a crop top at this point. Let's do... so I made changes to my keyboard again. Are there drops in something rather? Let's grab the go live notification for Discord. And let's do a paste. And what are we working on today? So we are going to do component tracking in Anathema. That's what we're doing, right? It should be okay, though. I'm looking at the levels here, and they kind of look fine, but, you know. Hello, JK. How you doing? All right, should we start the day with some game doll then, right? We can do that. Classics. I moved my enter key. What do we got? Oh. Okay, this could be something I know. No? What is this? Oof, okay, this one is hard. Oh man, I hate it when the clues are practically meaningless. It's not FTL. Oh, well, okay, so I guess the captain is not faster than light. What's the one that's... Oh, come on, dude. Oh, honestly. Right? Although that is the one that is like Terraria. I think it's Starbound. Yes, there we go. Me and Danaka played this for a bit. I was literally playing it though, right? All right, we caught up with everyone. There we go. Yeah, so I've actually played this. This is one of the last few games I played. I was gonna try Warframe yesterday again, but it had to validate 13 gigs, and I'm like, what? Why? No, I rarely bother playing any game with mods. I know people say that it makes the games better, but it's just a time sink for me. I'm not that invested in it. I didn't mind it, right? I mean, I haven't played it very far. You kind of just pottering about with it, right? You don't do much. So yeah, it can be a little bit dicey. It can be a little bit dicey to do that, right? So we're going to see how well this goes today. I have moved my enter key and I've swapped 2 keys around. So my enter key, this is so annoying. This just started happening. Press install to set up the required UDEV rules. No, I don't have to do that. It doesn't lack write access. This is wrong. Anyway, so this used to be enter, but I've swapped these 2 around. Now, this also used to be enter, but I've taken this off. So I might do something with this key as well. I don't know yet which one. Yeah, I know it's got like a massive modding community, but I don't know. I haven't played enough of a game. So I wouldn't start a game by running it with all the mods that people recommend. I want to play the vanilla game first, but I haven't come very far in Starbound, so I never really got to the point where installing mods makes sense, right? So we're gonna go to the runtime. Now we're gonna go to widgets here, I think. Oh man, how am I gonna get this, right? How am I gonna get this? The question is, which key do I press the most? That's what I should put there, shouldn't I? It's so finicky configuring these things, right? Yeah, I think it's a matter of perspective, of course, right? Oh, it really does skill point. I've had no issues with it, but then again, I run this under Arch, by the way. So for me, oh, I'm not in Tmux. What a catastrophe. Okay. There we go, right? So for me, it's just a case of Poweru, right? That is not what I was gonna do. Come on, I've moved the keys. Base core, that's the one, right? So doing this is all you have to do, and then you're good. So then you could just run base core. You might need to reset your UDEV rules. This didn't happen before. This is new for this version, and I'm hoping they'll fix it for the next one. There is a bug with base core that I reported the bug. He said it would probably be fixed, but then they fixed it, and then it became worse. So when you do, wait, is it fixed now? Okay, it seems to be fixed now. Let's run it full screen. Let's run it full screen and see if it's really fixed. Oh yeah, it actually seems to be fixed. This highlight here would hide these buttons. This overlay would sort of hide these buttons, and that was a bit rubbish. What have we got on super keys? Super key editor. Tap, hold, double tap, hold. I don't use any of this. We don't need these macros anymore. I love that I can make macros for my videos though. So when I'm recording a video, if I want to simulate typing something in the terminal for the sake of the video, I can just record a macro and then just bind it to a key and play it back. What an underrated feature that is. Oh, Temporis, I could have been productive. Hello, Pepper, how you doing? Oh no, they released a version that was... They released a new version that should have had the fix, but it had another bug in it instead. But I think in general they seem pretty good. I'm quite happy with base core. I'd say normally the nerdy tinker person in me would like QMK to be available, but I don't see why I actually want to use QMK for this. The other bug was something that looks similar, but I can't replicate it now. I bet you could, Peaches. I bet you could. So yeah, okay. So now that some of you are here, how many are we now? 28. Okay, let me start by apologizing for yesterday's stream, okay? That was really, it was unprofessional and really bad. I should have just ended the stream, right? The fact that I let someone get under my skin like that was probably not particularly good. And it did, even though I kind of moved past it, it did stay in the back of my head and left me a bit rattled. No, I think when you do something that is subpar, you should apologize for it. You missed it all? Yeah, you missed it. You missed it. Anyway, so what happened, for those of you who missed it, is that the remaining of the stream, I was kind of just grumpy and pessimistic and cynical throughout the rest of the stream. And it wasn't, I laid into someone's article. There was just some person writing an article. I don't know why I sank to that level of treating that article with the disrespect I did, right? The article wasn't written for me. It has nothing to do with me. My criticism of it was entirely too aggressive. So yeah, no, I think it wasn't a good stream. I didn't end the stream feeling good. I don't think people watched the stream feeling any positive vibes or feeling happy or good about it either, right? I think it was just a miserable stream by a miserable old man who let someone else, through acts of very selfish acts, get the better of him, right? I mean, that's all I can say. Okay. No, it was worse than that. It was someone from our earlier community who hurt me pretty badly, decided to for some reason turn up, and I don't know why they would do that. Why would they try to poke at this again, right? Just, I'm over it, man, though. So yeah. Today is a new day. That's right, Auntie. Today is a new day. So what are we going to do today? We are going to fix components. While I'm doing this thing, I should have a little disclaimer on the screen saying that I have a new keyboard layout. Lots of typos, but I guess that's going to be apparent from watching it, right? Yes, Evil Lives. It was good. Could be Pepper. Could be. Could be. I have temporis, and at the same time, I am, if the person is watching, I am still protecting you. I am not telling anyone what you did, okay? You should not have to worry about it. But please leave me alone, okay? The thing that happened was beyond, okay? I don't think you understand how bad that was, but I'm still not telling anyone anything, okay? So you can be safe in the knowledge, and I will keep it that way, okay? Anyway. Am I the next to be? No, you guys are pussycats compared to what happened, okay? Don't worry about it. But it's the reason why I don't want to share too much personal information, right? And you know. Anyway. Oops. Okay, let me fix this thing. There we go. Okay, so components. Now, we did a test yesterday, and with the large tree test. And in the large tree test, we have a tree, and it is large. And we're using wall clock for this, and it's fine. So let me just run through this again so you guys can see what this thing actually does, though, right? So we're gonna take that out. and we're gonna go down to here. We're gonna include this, and now we can include all this crud as well, right? We're not gonna need any of this stuff, right? But if I, whoops. No, good grief. I'm not sure I'm gonna get used to this, right? If we look at these numbers here, right? This is what happens when we wanna go from one place to another, right? Hello, socials. No, I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. But it's not someone that you guys see on a daily basis. Okay, it's not someone that you've seen in the last couple of months, right? Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, I need to get. It's all right. Can I eat some? I was looking for that Strem stuff though being used. I was in a city not long ago. I was looking for it. I didn't find it. Okay, so if we look at what is actually happening here, Strem lacks, right? So if we look at these numbers here, this is what happens when we are searching through the tree for components, right? So we have filled up a tree with 100,000 values, right? Nested across 3 levels. And we have this thing called node path. It's not really interesting or relevant. And we have this tree, this node visitor that can visit every node. So when we want to go from a node of a particular kind to another node of a particular kind, we have to traverse the entire tree, right? And how this works, right, is that we have this thing called a tree visitor that we implement. And this thing is looking for any tree value where in tuple, the second value is equal to true. If it's false, then we're just going to continue. So if it's true, then we're going to break there and then we found it, right? And if we already have the value, we're going to move past the next one and so on and so forth, right? So this will allow us to find in the tree these values, okay, that we have here. But instead of doing this, what we're going to do instead, well, actually, we can leave these numbers, in the code as a comment. We could if I knew how to. That is not there anymore. There we go, right? Okay, so this is the act of finding the nodes, right? One of them is really fast, but everything else is slow. Mind you, before you say that these numbers aren't too small, so we're looking at 130 microseconds, but bear in mind that we're only looking at the second iteration. We run the first iteration and skip it. If we didn't, if we look at the first iteration, these numbers, these numbers are going to be vastly different, right? Because we don't have a nice and warm cache. Even one of them is past milliseconds, right? That is not acceptable in UI application. So what we're going to do instead is when we go and add these things, right? We are going to populate a collection of these things, right? So we have something like components here, and that can equal a... Wait, did I use the wrong equal again? Which is a weird thing to say. Again, with the swapping of the keys. Oh yeah, I have to hop over that one. I really don't know if this is the right thing to do or not yet. But we'll see. So we're going to write all these components in here as we do something with them, right? In general, as we create one of these things, we're updating the values after the fact, right? Where do we actually here we update the values. So here's where we should write the component order, right? But mind you, whoops, not there. Mind you that components can change afterwards. So really, it's not fair to do it this way, because we're going to get them in the correct order here. And there's a reason why that's relevant. So instead, we're going to do this manually by saying that our components is now, and we're going to grab this. And we're going to store all this in here. Now, they're going to be boxed slices instead. So we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to do .2. Yeah, okay. I realized that's not going to work for me. We're swapping back. I just realized that typing the underscore is just not happening there. I wish I could drag a key from here to here, do some kind of cloning of keys. That would have been really nice. But, all right. Such is life. Let's just move it back. So this enter key, that's going to become the enter key. This is going to be layer 2. We're shifting to layer 2 there. That's going to go back to being the enter key. We're going to make that purple as well because for some reason that's what my brain likes. That's what my brain is used to. Done. Okay, so I tried it. It did not work for me. So now I can do 2. Is it 2 or into box slice? I think it might be into boxed slice. So let's just grab this and put it there. Whoops. Put it there, pal. Oh, I've already developed some kind of weird thing. Okay, is there 2 box slice then? Okay, what about just an into then? And then this is now a vec of box. It's a vec of box slice U16. Okay, so into seem to be our champion here. Yes, right. So why is this relevant? Thumb classes are large in China. Yeah, they're very nice. They're actually very nice to have this much freedom and to actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buttons on a keyboard of this size that you don't use. That is very nice. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these things, but I'm considering moving this key to somewhere else. I actually kind of want it on down there, which is close to where it is on my other keyboard, but I'm not gonna mess with it just yet, right? Okay. So yes, it would be unfair to the test to populate the values from here because the values would be ordered. So instead, we're going to very much make this the worst order we can. So can we do a sort here? Can we do a... Wait. Is it bang bang sort? No, it is not. Is it a sort... It's a minus sort. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. No, I honestly don't remember. Hang on. So you have sort. Oh, sort bang. That's what we're looking for. Whew. Okay. So now this is a worst case scenario. It's sorted completely the other way around, right? Hello, Capas. Now, how was your stream yesterday? Sorry, I didn't hang around to watch. How did it go? So now this is the worst case scenario where this thing is unsorted, right? So when we've done our search in the past, we're not going to do the search now. Instead, we're gonna look at sorting because that's the relevant part here, right? So let's just grab this thing and look at what happens when we do 2 sorts of sorts. So let's dump that in here and run this now. So we're going to sort this collection once in the worst case scenario. Then we're going to swap 2 values around. I'm going to do another sort on them, right? And if we cargo run this in release mode, actually it's not, it's components that we want to sort, right? So components. Okay, there we go, right? So if we look at these numbers and compare them to the numbers that we have here, this would be node visitor. And then up here, this would be a flat collection sorted with a J in it. You can see the significant difference here in terms of this rather weird way of measuring, but it is a way of measuring, right? So just at initial glance, we can see that even if this is not an accurate way of benchmarking it, we can see that this is definitely gonna be faster, right? We don't need a really accurate way of doing this thing. We just need a way of doing this thing, right? So a worst case scenario, however, would be to have a lot of components in there. So if we were to have a lot of components, that would be very, very different, right? So let's just do something really silly. And let's sort this thing. And then we're going to do for I in 0 to 10,000. And then we do components dot push, and we're just gonna push a box new I. Yes, I just had to stop and think for a second. Can we fit that? But yeah, we have a U16. So now our sorting is very different. After we've done all this, can we do a components dot sort? Can you reverse the sort order from a sorted slice? We could do a sort by and reverse the order of things, right? So we could do that and then just swap these around. So if we do sort by, and then we're gonna have A and B, and we do B dot partial compare to A, and then we unwrap that because it gives an option. Now it should be, if we do a printout of sort of the tail of the slice, we could just do components, and then we'll go to 10,000 and onwards. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, the very end. So now it is sorted in the other direction, okay? So now we have like a worst case scenario, and we're still looking at something. You're never gonna have 10,000 components in the tree. Well, you might do, but even if you do, you're still gonna fall under the cost of doing the node visitor, right? We had 100,000 elements in total, where just a handful of them were components, and that was very expensive. I think this would have been just as bad, right? Made some progress, nice. Can you change primitives in Rust by saying imply X for U8? Yeah, they're similar. They're extension traits, right? They're similar to extension functions in C#, if you're familiar with that. You can implement a trait and any functionality for any type you want, right? The rules are you can implement any trait for any type that you own. You can implement any trait for any type as long as you own the trait. And then the third rule is you cannot implement any trait for any type if you don't own either. Okay, so this rather contrived example has showed us that even if we were to load up a lot of values in there, it's still going to be faster. So an absolute positively worst case scenario where this is probably not faster would be this. We can't do 100,000 because the maximum value is 65,535, right? So if we do U16 max here, this is the worst case scenario. It's not really, because a node path can be larger than that. So it's actually U16 max to the power of U16 max, maybe, right? Whatever, it's not relevant. But even so, on the second sort, we're still way below what the original one had, right? Remember that one of them, actually, that's not entirely true. We're on the worst case scenario on the first one. But this is only looking at the second one. If we looked at the first one, remember that one of them had a millisecond in there, right? Okay, so, well, that's that. Now we're going to go and actually implement this so we can get out of our large trees. We're going to go to the widgets project. And we're going to modify... Let's see, where do we have struct floating widgets? So here. So we have components here as a secondary map. I don't think I want this to be a secondary map. I think this should instead just be a collection. It could be a stack, although what's the benefit of using a stack here? I don't think there is one. I'm trying to remember what the purpose of the stack was now. Let's go to the root of this thing and find a stack. Allocate memory that will never free until the entire stack is dropped. Items popped from the stack are marked as empty. So, okay, there might be value in using a stack here. No, it isn't. So a stack is useful when we want to fill things up with values and we want to drain those values at the end of some kind of iteration. So you might have like a draw loop or whatever. So you fill the stack up with values at the beginning of the loop and then you drain them at the end. If we were to use a vector, we might end up deallocating the value, the vector itself. It might change in size. The stack doesn't, right? We just keep all allocated values there. So this one is not relevant for this. There is more to it than that, but this one is not relevant. So instead, we're just going to have a straight up vector here, right? I think that will suffice for now. This one is trying to keep track of parent IDs, a child-parent relationship. We don't actually need that anymore. We just need a list of these things that is sorted by the path. And as I'm saying this, I realize that in that case, we need the path. That's a little bit frustrating because that's a lot of small allocations. I don't think there's any real harm in it, but it is there and it annoys me. It annoys me. Okay, well, I don't see a choice. But this means that we have to implement partial equality to this thing. And we have to call sort on this every time it changes. So okay, this one is going to require a little bit of information. Hello, just me. Yes. Okay, so maybe we will write a specific structure for this. And it's quite fun to do this, right? So let's go to where we have the anathema store. And let's make a new structure for this thing. What should we call this? What would be a nice thing? You just gotta start somewhere, right? What kind of programming do you want to do? I'm doing all right, Scott. How you doing? So what do we call a data structure like this? Naming things, right? What do we call this thing? So it's gonna be a sorted list, right? But it's a manually sorted list. And this is going to be generic over T. And we are going to have some attributes here. We're going to have a Boolean value that dictates whether we need to sort it or not. In the same vein, we're going to import T sorted list. We're going to have a new function, and we're going to have a pub function sort. And in this case, if self.dirty, or if it's not dirty, then we're just going to return, okay? And then self.inner.sort. So this will be, so that means we have to have an inner, which is simply a vec of T here. Dirty will be false, and then inner will be an empty vec. Yes. And then we'll have a push function. Value is T. And we mark that as dirty. In here, yeah, that's all right. I got a compiler that will tell me that we have typos. Don't worry about it. So now the question is, there are such data structures like a cell sorted collection. But I do wonder if this is going to be slower, a tree set. So we could use a B tree set, all right? If we look at Rust B tree set here, this might do it for us. An ordered set based on a B tree. So anything that we insert into this thing is going to get the right order. So the question is, it's not this simple. This could do the job for us, right? This could do the job for us. You want to do web development. So in that case, there's a lot to unpack there, though, D5, because for web development, you have just the basic structure of an HTML document, right? That describes how something looks like in the browser, or how the layout, but that's also done with CSS, right? So you kind of have three things you need to pick up there, right, for the front end, and that is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I would say, D5, if you are completely new to all this, then the web has quite a low barrier of entry, so you'll be fine. Start by learning how to put together HTML documents. As well as learning how to break things down. Yeah, no, but we're not anywhere near that, right? If you are completely new, then don't start there, right? But to be practical about this D5, I would say find yourself some kind of book about web development that will teach you HTML and CSS to start with. Because you got to get that down before you start with the actual programming, right? That is just the layout. There is no logic to that, right? That is just describing. You basically, HTML is a hypertext markup language, right? You're just describing something, right? There is no logic in there. So you're doing a layout effectively of text and pictures, right? And then after you got that, you should be able to get some information that is reasonably consumable, right? Honestly, I started doing that stuff way back when. I have no idea what that looks like today in terms of like where do you start. So just find a book, web development for dummies or whatever, just something to get started with. So we could use a B-tree set here, but a B-tree set doesn't necessarily give us a way to index into something. Do we need that? I think maybe we don't. Let's go back to our... No. We're paying the cost for inserting instead. Maybe a B-tree set is better. We'll try it out. We'll try it out. The question is kind of this. What is going to be more expensive? To sort every time we insert, which is not exactly what a B-tree set does, but... Or... No, this is literally what B-tree sets are for. So this one doesn't make sense. I think we're just going to have a B-tree set. We're paying the cost on inserting rather than not. Then we have removals. So we have insert and remove. How do we find out about removals? I do believe that there is such a thing as a... Didn't I move Alt there? No, it's down there. Oh no, that's a layer switch. Okay, they're the same project. Yeah, I think that's a strength. I think you should go for a book, okay? Find a book instead. I don't think all these like tutorials and stuff online, I don't think they're very good. They are fine if you already know half the stuff. How do you know that? Bean juice. So it's log n insertion in B-tree. So n log n to insert n times and n log n to sort a vec at the end anyway. Yeah, so the question is which one is going to be the more expensive one, right? Yeah, we only have to sort it if we insert into it. But there are other things to... Yeah, that one is not dependable though, Benjis. That is also a good point. So we could wait with sorting until we have an access call. It's not dependable. If you look at this thing, it might not show you in that list, right? It's not updating in real time. But Yeah, that's another point. We could actually do the sort on axis. Right? We can do the sort on axis instead. Yeah, that is kind of an interesting take on it. Okay, so this is now defining when we sort something, if we sort something. Then the next thing is going to be the cost of iteration. So a B tree set a contiguous memory? And is that going to be relevant? Now, it's obviously a B tree map with units under the hood. You know this. And a B tree map is not contiguous memory, right? Is that going to have any kind of impact on us? Yeah, so that is, if you're scanning it, it will be, which we are maybe going to do. We have to be able to get the next and the previous value from a current index, which is why I'm thinking a vector is going to be faster for that. Good work, Cat Peasant. Good work. How did you install Sprite, by the way? Like, did you install it through? Are you like running it on Windows or whatever? You bought? Oh man, I was gonna give you a key. All right, I was gonna give you a key if you didn't have one, because I still have those keys to give out, and I haven't figured out how to decide who gets a key, right? But yeah, well, refund it so I can give you a key. Not only did I buy, I think I have 3 keys, but I've also bought it on Steam. So I bought 4 copies of Sprite. But okay, so we have, let's write this down though, right? Let's write this down. What our requirements are, right? We need to be able to access next, previous. We need to, has to be sorted upon access. Maybe I need to turn on spelling here because that seemed to be relevant. Yes, it has to be fast. It has to be as fast as sensibly possible without adding an overhead that makes it unwieldy, right? But I do like the idea of sorting it on axis. So if we have a function called get here, if I could just write pub, please, then any access to this thing has to be mutable. Then we can do that, and then we can skip that being public. It must be blazingly fast. So we're gonna use this for our tab indices, right? So in a tree of elements, we're gonna store the IDs in this list for certain elements. So not a lot, most likely on average, maybe 3, 5, 20, right? We're still gonna operate in most likely nanoseconds or lower microseconds when it comes to accident, which is a weird thing to say because I'm talking about this from my computer's perspective, not from a Raspberry Pi. So, but whatever, right? So accessing the next and previous one, we have to be able to do that from an index. And it has to be sorted upon access. So really, it's really difficult to say. We might do a lot of insertions before we sort it, whereas a B-tree set would sort it by nature, right? By updating the... I don't actually know how a B-tree set sorts the key. I just realized I don't know how a B-tree set is sorted. There is an article in here somewhere, but... oh, man, it was a long time since I used this last time. Okay. Is this gonna have anything around this? The elements in a B-tree set is automatically ordered according to the natural ordering of the elements or a custom comparator provided by the developer. They have to be unique. That's not a problem. Okay, here we go. Internal workings of B-tree set. The internal mechanics of the B-tree set is a fundamental to its efficiency and effectiveness. By understanding the B-tree structure upon which it's based, developers can better appreciate how B-tree set maintains high performance even with large datasets, ensuring balanced operations and consistent order. So we are most likely never going to work with large datasets. Even if you were to fill every cell on the screen, you're still talking about 7,000, 8,000 maybe. B-tree structures explained. A B-tree is a self-balancing tree data structure that maintains sorted data and allows search, sequential access, insertions, deletions in a logarithmic time. Each node can hold more than one key and can have more than two children, unlike binary trees. This characteristic makes B-trees exceptionally efficient for operations that involve large amounts of data. And this is the part I'm interested in. B-tree set leverages properties of B-trees to keep its element in a sorted manner. When a new element is added to a B-tree set, the data structure places it in the correct position to maintain order. Okay, so in reality, all we end up with is a bunch of nodes then. And I'm guessing each node can contain data and leaves in that case. So it's just a tree then, right? There is an overhead with trees, obviously. So I think, thanks for hanging out, Cat Peasant. Enjoy the rest of your day. What are you doing outside on a Sunday? Okay, so what happens is when you do an insert, there's gonna have to be some kind of scan, even though the scan might be fun. Sunday lunch, nice. I'm not going to Sunday dinner today, which is why I'm streaming. I normally do. Enjoy your Sunday lunch, mate. So what we have to do is, and then someone can correct me if I'm wrong here. Let's fire up good old Sprite, because this is obviously how you should draw any diagram if you're even remotely a developer, right? Well, let's just doodle like this, right? So you're gonna have the root node, which looks like this, right? And then since it is a tree, you're gonna have other nodes, right? And these nodes gonna have other nodes as well. So because it's ordered, when you do an insertion of a value from the outside, right, that goes into the tree, you're going to have to find where to insert this based on the value or the key, but all values in a B-tree set are keys. The actual value in a B-tree map is, a B-tree set is just a B-tree map with the values a unit, right? So when you are going to insert something, you're going to have to look through these nodes, right? Does it go in here or does it go in here, right? And then until you find where you're going to insert it. Whether that's slow or not, depends on the depth of the tree. A B plus tree would be more shallow, I think. And I have no idea what I'm talking about. Because when I was looking at B plus trees is when I was looking at B trees, right? It was all... and the main difference between those two, if I remember correctly, is that B trees can store values in the nodes, whereas a B plus tree do not. They store values on the leaves, but the nodes themselves do not have values. Whereas a vector, we can actually No, you see, with a vector, we're just going to end up with a push. So with a vector, it looks differently, right? When we add values to a vector, how do they keep the tree balanced on inserts? But that's depending on where you insert the key, right? So you might end up, I don't know when the nodes are branching, but if you're inserting something here, you might end up with this thing branching into... we can probably look at the branching algorithm for branching algo for B tree, and we'll probably find that. All leaves are at the same level. Okay. B trees is defined in terms of minimum degree. Okay, hang on. Before we get into that, right? Let me just talk about the vector. So a vector is just going to be a straight... collection of contiguous memory. So when we go to do an insert, we're just going to add another value here. When we go to access, we might have to move that value somewhere else, right? But since we're allocating as we go, it means that eventually we're not going to allocate anymore. The only thing we're going to do is possibly swap nodes or do a search, right? A sort, sorry, not a search. Do a sort. And if we have a sorted vector, we can use binary search to find values in there as well. So, yes, so we're going to look at that shortly. But inserting into a vector, or sorry, pushing onto a vector or into a vector is cheap as long as the memory is already allocated. All we do is a mem copy of the value of the data into that chunk of memory, right? So that's cheap compared to doing the traversal of the tree to find where we're going to do the insertion, right? So with to reiterate, with a B tree set, we never have to sort it. It's sorting itself. It sorts itself out. Whereas with a vector, we have to sort it, but we might not need to sort it even for every frame. So here, with this solution, we might end up sorting, or we're paying for the sorting, even if we never use it, we're still paying for the sorting. Here, at most, we're paying for the memory allocation, which eventually will stop matter because you will have allocated enough memory to not worry about it. Yeah, this is probably the last time I'm wearing this t-shirt. When I bought this t-shirt, I was a little bit more of a coat hanger. So now, I'm going to have to hold the t-shirt down. The t-shirt rides up and shows my underpants when I'm, if I haven't stretched it down, right? So it's like a very broad t-shirt, but it was like very loose at some points. Now it's not. And I've lost 5 kilos. I am eating 2,700 calories a day, and I still managed to lose 5 kilos. That probably came with being sick, then being stressed out because my pet died, and a couple of other things. So there was like it's a layered cake there. Though even though I ate, I was not in a good place, right? Always use a vector. A vector is insanely good. A vector is one of the most versatile data structures you have in Rust. Not because of the vector itself, but what you can do with it, right? Our entire tree is built on a vector. So the tree structure and the tree values are not kept together in memory. All the tree values are available in a contiguous chunk. This means that iterating through every value in the tree is really fast, right? Do people gain or lose weight when they are stressed? You will most likely lose weight when you're stressed, unless you stress eating, right? So I think that depends on the person. Because eating comfort food, the word comfort food comes from somewhere, obviously, right? Is this for a list of things to display and needs to be sorted? No. It's even less. What's the word I'm looking for? This is for tab indices. So when you have an element selected, and only certain elements can be selected. So out of a list of 7,000 elements, maybe 4 of them are selectable. And those 4 will live in this list. This is why you're not going to see a significant performance change if we go with B-tree set over vector, but we still want to do the right thing, right? Yeah, me too. Me too. So when you press tab or back tab, or also known as shift tab, you are going to go from one to the other. And it has to be sorted for that. So really, Gyratory, this might only need to be sorted once in never. Because you might never have a tab index in use, right? There's reasons why this might never happen, right? Sometimes I wonder how much better is Anathema than Boeing Starliner code. Oh, is this the thing that crashed? Because I just saw the title. I didn't actually read it. So yeah. Anyway, Gyratory, to answer your question, not even that. This might need to be sorted once every 1,000 frame, right? So it only needs to be sorted after input is collected. It only needs to be sorted when you go to access it. So really, when you press tab to move from one to the other or back tab, then it needs to be sorted so we can find the right value. It's the thing stuck in space, parked at a International Space Station until space comes back. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? Yeah, they have to be there for like an additional 6 months or whatever. Can you imagine what that would do psychologically for your average human being? To be told that you have to stay somewhere. You've mentally prepared to return to Earth, and now you're told you have to stay there for another 6 months. I, for one, would not like and subscribe to those guys. Okay, this beautiful circle here, right? I don't know why I'm poking at this. We're clearly not going to keep this. But yeah, there you have it, right? We're just going to use the vector, right? Yeah, well, I mean, wasn't that always on the table? Boop. Okay, I'm reading your comment now, Enrico, on Discord. This one, and my thought is, with all the talk about performance, what is actually even when it comes to comparison, it's just stack allocations and heap is stuff. So specifically in that case, in the video I showed you guys yesterday, which I've deleted since, that was using memoization over not. And when you memorize the code, it's a lot faster because you've cached the computation. So you basically saying, I want to compute A and B, and we know what that value already is because we stored that from last time we computed it, right? Do they even have enough food, resources, clean water, and medicine? Oh, that I'm sure they do, right? If they wouldn't, there would be a whole lot of other... No, okay, sorry, Enrico, right? I think, but it looks okay. Hang on. Yeah, I don't think I possess enough. I don't think I possess the skill set to really dig into the depths of performance and performance measuring, right? Benchmarking and the likes. So I don't think that would be a sensible topic for me to do. I want to alternate my videos, so we do one on something practical like slabs. We do another one on something more esoteric. But please keep the ideas coming, right? Because I am very lost in this case, right? When you render, can you collect the instance of the nodes that are tabbable items? Would that be in the right order? It's only when we do event handling, right? So I think just sorting them when you press tab or shift tab is all we have to do, right? I don't think we need to do anything else. I think we actually have all we need right here. No, it's not possible. And I think I made that point yesterday when I said that we cannot say that something is better than something else because you always lack criteria. We can only make hand-wavy comments. And conversely, this is fine. We can sit here and be like, oh yeah, no, Rust is way better than JavaScript, right? We can conversely say that. The statement holds no value or meaning. We have not defined any parameters and it's very subjective, right? But when we make statements like that, people who don't do due diligence, and let's not say, well, it's your fault, you should have done due diligence. No, we're constantly being influenced and influencing other people. We are all filthy influencers here, right? We speak with authority, we make claims, and sometimes we have no facts to back these claims up with, right? And it might not be on purpose, right? It's just your nature to talk like that. Maybe, right? So you meet someone who goes, hey, you know, I'm getting really into programming, right? What should I learn? Without even asking them, what are you going to do? What do you want to program? Do you have friends around you that program? It's like when someone asks you, what camera should I buy, Canon or Nikon? And Canon fans will say Canon, and Nikon fans should say Canon. But the reality is we need to ask more questions. If you're hellbent on getting a DSLR, do you have friends who are photographers? If you have 10 friends who are all shooting Nikon or Nikon, should you buy a Canon? No, you will never be able to borrow a lens from them if they're kind enough to lend you a lens, right? It would be terrible. You can't ask them, where's this feature? How does this work? I don't know. You bought a camera. You're not part of a cool clique. You bought the wrong brand, okay? I don't know what I'm using a simile or a metaphor about programming languages to a community of programmers with a camera when we're not a community of photographers, right? But the point still stands. There is no value in defining things without parameters, right? And we do this, we evaluate things all the time, right? What's the best food? What do I feel like eating? What do I need to eat, right? What's the best food? A tablespoon of peanut butter is sometimes the answer. Because you look at your numbers and be like, oh, I'm really low on fat today, right? Eat some peanut butter, right? But if you've gone over on fat and you're really low on carbs, then that spoon of peanut butter is a terrible choice. And now I really want peanut butter. Oh yeah, but we have to. RWX. The fact is that people are talking in absolutes. And this is the only way you're going to get someone's attention, right? You can't say, as a title for anything, you can't say, maybe, possibly, during some circumstances, Rust might be a decent choice alongside all these other choices as a programming language that you may or may not want to invest some of your free time into this and the following time period. No, if you want anyone to listen to or watch what you're making, you have to say, learn Rust now or you're right? You basically have to like throw the whole FOMO thing out there. You have to really like grab people. And I don't love that like emotional janking that people do. They will grab terrible current events and use that as the titles, right? It still throws me off. And I don't mind that it does this, but it still throws me off that Prime's video titles are always the topic of the blog or video that he's reacting to, right? So his videos like, I'm leaving JavaScript for good. And then it's some other dude I never heard of who doesn't want to program JavaScript anymore because he got fired for eating the boss's child or whatever, right? What the fuck do I know? But sorry for cursing. But there's the thing, right? We have to become more and more extreme to be heard over the existing noise. But with this new language, everything's losing meaning, right? Like everything is like, oh my God, this is amazing. It's the best thing I've ever had. What is this? A glass of water, right? It's not, you're not drinking the elixir of life or anything. It's just a glass of water. But because we're trying to be heard over all the noise, we have to resort to all this stuff. And it's kind of grossing me out a bit. Anyway. Now then, we already established that this is going to be the way to go then, because we only need to sort on access. So we're not going to store, we're going to leave this collection as simple as this, right? You shut your filthy mouth there, bean juice. You don't bring that in here, okay? So we already have this, and we're gonna write another structure on top of this that is bespoke. But for this thing, we're making this generic. It's really convenient when you are building a library or a framework or whatever you're building, if you can do certain things generic, right? There's a difference between this and over-engineering. So we can compartmentalize and position all the code that makes up this sorted list in one place as this generic sorted list. It's not complex. It's not difficult to understand this thing, right? Now I can use this throughout our application. Or we could try to write the sorted list into the tab index list or the tab indices. By doing so, we are creating a more complex data structure than we have to. So we're kind of solving one problem in one place very generically, and then we have a bespoke specific solution that is depending on the generic solution, right? I don't know if that made any sense, but we're gonna write some tests for this thing now because that's how we roll. So let's write a test for sort on get. All right, so what do we, and now we can try this out, right? Actually, I think I want the equal sign there. So we're gonna do a detour into base core, okay? And we're gonna remove a key on layer 2. We're gonna remove this key, not the gusta. Bye. You have the wrong color. So does you. There we go. Done. I love this. I love this keyboard. I love this program. My God, it is good. So we're gonna have our sorted list. New. And now we're going to insert things in the wrong order. So list.push. And we're going to push 10, 5, and 0. Okay. So this order is now incorrect. If we were to print out, we're going to panic here. We're going to panic by printing out the list in all its glorious debuggery. And this does not implement debug, so we have to chuck that on there. And if we run this now, oh yeah, that was the in-ear. Init. And now, if we run this thing, okay, T, we need ORD for T. Okay, now hang on, come back here. So we need to add a trait bound here. We need ORD, actually, we need partial ORD, don't we? We don't need ORD. Do we need, oh, we do need ORD for that. It's not going to be a problem, I don't think. All right, so if we run this now, we can see that the list is clearly sorted incorrectly. So we can write our first assertion here. We can assert that the first entry is 10. So we're doing assert equal that list inner grab the first entry is equal to 10. Now that's a macro, so we have to have a bang there. Okay, that's fine. Now if we do a list dot get, and it doesn't matter what we get, right? You know, this one doesn't actually return anything. We need an index, and we need to return. Whoops. Wait, why did that produce? That shouldn't be there. All right, never mind. It's going to return an option of t. Of a reference to t, rather. So it's a little bit silly that we're operating on a mutable reference to self, and then we have an immutable value. But that is the expectation. The mutability here is required because we're going to do the sorting, right? All right. So self.inner.get index. And we might as well write our... Yeah, calm down, Rust. We might as well write our getMute function now, which is going to look very similar to this. The only difference is that's a mutable one, right? Okay, that's it. I don't know what we have a warning for here. All right, we don't. And then our get function of 0 should now, we've unwrapped this, equal to 0, right? Because the list becomes sorted the moment we access this. Oh, yeah. Yes, no. So we're good. We're good. One thing that might not be... actually, it's not going to matter, but we kind of do have to keep some other things in there, right? Just by reading the list, we're ensuring that it is sorted. So this is assumed by the list, right? But the question is valid because this means we have to document this, right? A sorted list of t. The list is sorted if needed when the list is accessed. This means the values can be added and the list stays unsorted until either get, which should be get, or get mute is called. Like that. It's very effective, Kaleidos. Is there a benefit to sorting on get rather than push? Yes, because if we sort on push, then we're sorting every time you're adding something to the list, and you might never need a value from the list. So you're constantly sorting the list. You might end up sorting the list every single frame. And you only call get when someone presses a tab key. I don't think so. What issues could this cause? You have no access to the inner collection outside of this thing, right? The only thing you have access to is making a new one, getting values, and pushing into it. You have no access to it any more than you have access to the inner values of a B-tree set, right? Hello, TT. How you doing? So this will allow us to do a... But another coder, if you're a programmer and you want to work on this code and you have not read this and you have not looked at this and this, then you should not be touching this code. I will not let you anywhere near this code. If you haven't even given this very simplistic code a once over to look at it before you change it, then I don't want you to touch it, right? But that goes for everything. So, and to elaborate on this is the only public interface that you get. You cannot call sort, you cannot access these values outside of this file. So there's no way that you can, if you're gonna make a mistake with this thing, you are being incredibly sloppy. And there's no defense for that. Counter argument, I'm not gonna produce slow code in case, for everyone who's using this, in case a developer with some skill issue turn up and decide to want to commit a PR that I will never accept. It is good to ask the question collators, absolutely. The list is only sorted on read access and not write access, right? Yes. It literally specifies that here, even more specific than saying that, right? This means the values can be added and the list stays unsorted until either get or get mute is called, right? This is literally as specific as one can get, right? It's not something you normally would do, right? But in this situation, this is probably the best bang for your buck you're going to get. What a tune. Anyway, so one more things that we have to do. Oh, pop into the Discord then, right? I don't know what channel. Maybe the science and technology channel would be. That's science and tech articles, right? General tech sci. There you go, right? Welcome to Discord, TT. There is a channel called General Tech Sci. That is literally the article is posted. That's another article that I thought was relevant to this, but it's not, right? Anyway, don't need to be sorry for anything. I don't even know what you're sorry about. It's all good. Okay, so what about removing values? Should we remove? But before we do this, right? One second, I have to look at this thing. Why did I never finished reading this. I'm not gonna read that. Let's have a look at the, what is it that I want to look at? We're not gonna use, okay, right. What we're gonna do is we need to, we know what values we're gonna store in there. So for the actual tab index thing, we just need to track the value and that. So that's fine. No, that's not a problem. You can't have multiple arrays, multiple threads accessing this thing anyway without some kind of locking mechanism. So it's a non-issue. Multi-threading in Rust is basically the easiest multi-threading high-performance code you can write. I don't think another language will give you the same. Well, again, I'm making one of these generic statements again, right? Or generalized statements, but let's do it. I don't think you're going to get better performance and safety from any other language when it comes to multi-threading, right? A memoization in Clojure, really? How do you go to memoization from here? No, but there are atomic operations. So, for instance, if I want to make this list accessible for reading across multiple threads, I have to wrap it in an atomic reference counted container, sorry, smart pointer, whatever, all right, an arc. If I want to modify this thing, then I have two obvious options, either a read-write lock or a mutex. So I have to put the mutex inside an arc, and then I have to put the sorted list inside the mutex. So I can share this across multiple threads by cloning the arc, which is just incrementing the counter. And I can mutate this by locking the underlying mutex or read-write lock. And while I'm holding that lock, no other thread can make any kind of changes to this thing, right? Yes, a mutex. There are atomics as well. So if we were operating on numbers, right? Let's say you want to make, you want to have a global value. And I know that people think the global values are the cause for world hunger and all kinds of things, right? But they are not, right? Global variables are just another tool. So if I want to have a global Boolean that specifies whether the value of some kind somewhere has been initialized or not, then I can just make a static atomic bool that I read from, and I write to it when I am making the change. But an atomic, unlike a mutex, is not a blocking structure, right? It does not get particularly complicated, and it does not slow things down, because if it slows things down, that implies that there is a faster solution that is in the same vein. So it's like saying strings are bad because they allocate on the heap. Fine, but what's your alternative? There isn't much of an alternative. Yes, you can make your own string type and put it on the stack, but if you want to be facetious, go for it. But we're talking in general terms here, right? Global variables are the reason we need coal plants. I think you're right. I don't know what we're going to do about that. Welcome to the Discord. So it's perfectly sensible, right? It's really difficult for me to measure someone's understanding of programming when I'm talking to them in chat, because this is not specific to Kaleidos. Just making that clear, right? Because I never know how much someone knows. And people, present company included, don't necessarily want to express how much we don't know. So we try to be a little bit covert with how much knowledge we lack. Except when it comes to talking about B-tree sets, because I'm literally looking at Geeks for Geeks, which is not the best resource for most things. In my research for the video that I deleted, I went through some of the articles and I went, what the have you been smoking? But there you go. You have the same threading solution in C++. It does not have language features to stop you writing dangerous code. That is correct. Small caveat though, that in C++ the mutex is on the stack as opposed to the heap, which obviously becomes insanely dangerous as you can return a pointer to stack memory, and that's where your mutex was, not is anymore, right? It's much easier to say you know nothing, set expectations low. You do, but then it's weird, right? Fun on a bun, right? But that is so, like, I have no idea what you did. I mean, you might have written a lot of single-threaded programming or written a lot of single-threaded code in C++ or not, right? So I have this is why I'm saying things like mutex and read, write, lock. I don't know what people know, right? So I've had chatters in the past who's been really good at hiding their lack of knowledge. So when they've asked a question and I've answered based on the picture they have painted of themselves, they have had no idea what I'm talking about. But this is just being human. I'm not saying you in their chat, stop it, change. I'm not saying that. I'm just making an observation. So I would challenge this statement, Gyratory, and I would counter with a question. Do you really think that the learning curve of Rust is hideous when it comes to writing good and or safe multi-threaded code as compared to what other language, right? I don't dispute that the learning curve of Rust is steep, but given that CPUs these days are multi-core, and the only way you're going to make use of all those cores is either writing multiple programs instead of one, or make use of threading. And what other language is going to let you write that luscious, safe, threaded, multi-threaded code like Rust does? It will take you a long time to learn to write safe, multi-threaded C code with P threads or C++. I didn't even know where to go there, right? I definitely would. I will conflate from what you're saying. I will extrapolate and inject and confound and confuse on top of that and say, yeah, Rust is definitely not your first programming language. I don't think it should be your first programming language at all. I don't know what higher threads means. So let me show you something really cool, Kaleidas. Let's say that we have a list here, right? Why did I think that was an exclamation mark? And we're gonna write some multi-threaded code here, right? Let's just put some values in this list, right? It's not really relevant what we put in there. And then we're gonna do a thread spawn here. So here we have a thread now. And in this thread, we're gonna do listed clear. And then here, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have a ref here, right? So we're gonna reference to list. Keep writing lust, man. There's some kind of Freudian slip going on there, right? And then we're gonna print out this R value here, right? Now, if I do this, right, and I run this, we get 2. This is fine. But look at this, Kaleidas, right? Can you see what a horrible thing I'm doing, right? Does this code make sense? What we're doing here? Right. So now I'm making sure that we have cleared the list. There's nothing in the list. We're holding a reference to a value in the list. Okay. There is nothing that I can do with this code. This code will not now or ever compile. There is nothing I can do to get this code to compile that doesn't involve scattering a bunch of really dodgy, unsafe code around this, right? Now, if I want to achieve this, then we can do the aforementioned arc mutex clone business here, right? So in here, we're gonna have a we're gonna borrow this value. Okay, let me comment this out as well, right? Yeah, that reference, and this isn't even that sketchy, right? As far as code goes, right? You can see what I'm doing. Get a reference to the value, do something with the collection in a thread, and print out the value. Maybe this will perform some mathematical computation or whatever it is, right? We don't know. But if we're doing this now, we need to use a little bit more. We need to use stirred, sync, arc, and mutex for this to work, okay? Now, I've updated this code. This is now safe to have, okay? This will now compile. Oh, mismatch closing the limiter. I must have pushed my favorite button R there for a second. Oh, semicolon. Right, this compiles. This is fine. So how can I get a reference to this value, right? Well, the first thing I need to do is I need to take the list and I need to lock the list, okay? And because we're not going to use parking lot, we're going to just unwrap here. Okay, so can I now get a reference to it? Fine. Can I print this value? Yes, I can. The value is 2. Okay, then. But we're interested in making this thing run, okay? So what do we need for this to work? Well, first thing we need is we need the list again, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to take the list and we're going to clone it. Or cone it if you can't type. Okay? So we're cloning the list. Okay, we can't right click. This code will compile. We can now access the list in here. So I have to lock the list first. Unwrap it and then clear it. Oh, move it in there. Rust, stop being silly. Okay, this code is compiling. Right? So I have that sketchy reference now. And I'm also clearing the list. But we're going to have to move this join handle because you guys can, those of you who program Rust enough can probably see what's going on, right? The code runs. We get 2. What is actually happening here? Are we going to get 2 every time we run this code? Yeah, we are. Why isn't the program ending? The program isn't ending because I'm still holding on to the lock here. The only way I can get this to continue is by dropping the lock. And now the program ended. So what does that actually mean? It means that I'm holding on to the lock. This guy, when we do the clear, if we print this out, going to clear, have cleared. You can see that this will always happen in this order because we lock the mutex here. This thread just have to wait until we drop the mutex. There is no other programming language that will tell you this, right? Pick any other programming language known today. Well, maybe there's some obscure language that has 5 users that I don't know of. Fine. But most mainstream well-known programming languages would not force you to go this route. They would let you do the sketchy-ass reference into the list and then just do whatever. And then be like, well, it's not my fault you're hanging on to a dangling pointer. That's a you problem, okay? So for this reason, I would argue that even though the learning curve is hideously steep, any other language is going to let you and you're going to pay for it. Rust will not. Hello, FSB. How you doing? So yes, kind of what I meant. It gets complicated. So I use Redis for syncing lists to multiple use cases, right? Oh yeah, Rust tells you that you're doing something dodgy, right? If we take a copy of this program and we roll this back to what we had, right? Which was this. I'm gonna dump the old program in there, right? This is not okay, right? Cargo C. Whoops. Cargo C. All right, no, hang on. Sorry, I'm still hanging on to this mutex thing, right? We're gonna get rid of that. And that's just going to point directly to the list. And if I try to run this now, we are going to get a very good error message here. We get a few error messages. You can't borrow a list as mutable because it's also borrowed as immutable, right? Here is where we do our immutable borrow. Then we're borrowing it mutably here inside this thread on this line. And then we're immutably borrowing this thing later here by trying to print it. The closure might outlive the current function, but it borrows list which is owned by the current function, right? So this might suggest that we move the value in there. I don't know. Yeah, it suggests that we move the value. That ain't gonna help us because you can't move it when you have a reference to it, right? So trying to move this is just a red herring in this case. Like you can't move it because you're borrowing it, right? You're trying to move when you're borrowing it, right? I'd argue, Apollo, why would you even let anyone do it, right? I know that there are some 1%ers out there, some 10x programmers who will make claims like, you know, if you can't handle your mutexes, right, you got skill issue, okay? But I don't care if you got skill issue, all right? I don't know if the guy who's working on the software at the bank I'm banking with has a skill issue. I don't know that. I don't know if the person who wrote the drivers for my graphics card has a skill issue. I don't care how good you are. You are not writing all the software around me, right? I don't know. So I don't care how good a driver you are. I'm not getting in the car with you without a seatbelt, okay? You might be the best driver in the world, right? But unless you're the only person out there, it doesn't really matter, does it? Right? Yeah. I am not a hardcore decades of C++ programmer. I have programmed C++ for maybe 2 hours on stream the other day when I made a Rust vector in C++ with the help of chat. Right? I felt really stupid when I started programming Rust. Okay, I've been a programmer for decades. Right? I have been a programmer for longer than some people in chat has been alive for. And programming Rust made me feel stupid. Right? Or rather, I felt stupid trying to program Rust. Here's this language, right? That has variables, functions, structures, and traits. They even look like interfaces and generics. Looks like generics in C# or Java, right? Easy stuff. I know this. I've been doing this for years, man. And then I can't just reassign a value to a variable. What the are you on about, Rust? Let me change the values, right? Oh, you moved the value. There was so many things. I rage quit Rust twice before I actually went back a third time and it clicked. When I got over my own hubris, when I got over my own, I'm a good programmer, right? When I got over myself, I'd say Rust, people who give up on Rust with that mentality just have to get over themselves, right? Oh, it's 100% a social issue. 100. I could not agree. If I agree with you more, we would cause a black hole to appear, right? So one of the fundamental problems with something like C++ is when you ask people. So I've asked people in my community, I was curious about a conversation about C++ and I asked people, okay, C++, does it have any safety features like Rust? And people listed, C++, is it 23 or 21 or 22? It's like, all this like smart pointers and stuff like that makes it great. All right, cool. Which version are you using? 11. At our company, we use 11. We cannot upgrade for whatever reasons, right? And don't get me, this is not a dig at C++, right? It is what it is, right? It's very easy to ignore the fact that we stand upon shoulders of giants, right? It's not like Rust came out of nowhere and suddenly you're like, wow, all these safety features. No, it was an observation of fundamental problems in the world of programming. All those 99.9% of programmers out there with skill issue, right? It was them. And then we can make this safe. We can make this work, right? So why don't we have Rust instead? It's not like Rust came out of nowhere. It's based on, it's drawing inspiration from so many programming languages, right? I think upgrading Java is a bit sketchy with Oracle's weird policies as well, right? The main issue with adding compile time safety errors to C++ is that it will essentially stop any existing app from upgrading. That's small barrier to upgrade. Not only that, but I saw a talk by someone on YouTube some 2,000-3,000 years ago. YouTube making C++ safe. Maybe this was it. Was it this? Let's pause this for a bit. This channel received money or free things to make this video. This is new. I wonder if this was it. It sounds very depressed and accessible. So I think, good old C64. I think when it comes to this, so yeah, it's talking about lifetimes and these things as well, right? And it might have been this video, right? I'll link it if anyone cares. Copy link without sidetracking. Yeah, all right then. So let me get the tunes back up again. Yeah, and I think it's hubris to dismiss that. And let's be very, very clear here. If you're a C++ developer and you're not a 1% or a 10x rockstar, but you enjoy programs C++, there is no reason for you to stop, right? Rust is a good move if you are fed up with being allowed to do these things and paying for it, right? But you might not mind it, okay? You might not mind a dangling pointer, segfault, and this is not, again, this is fine. It's not like these issues are mission critical everywhere. Maybe you're writing a to-do app. What do I care if your to-do app has undefined behaviors and segfaults if you look at it sort of at the corner of your eye, right? Nasal demons and all that. What do I care? I don't care. You do that. Even software that I'm using, like togglebit-live, I used that for a while. Definitely written in C++, I think. Would segfault on me now and then, and very frustrating when hours of video editing. But it has recovered, all right. But when hours of video editing is in the wind, right? I think it's not. Language snob. I mean, why not? I think there's nothing wrong. It's very easy to listen to all the benefits of Rust and adopt the mentality, okay, everything has to be Rust from now on. No, don't be like that. If you like C++, then write C++. Just don't write the software for my pacemaker in C++, and it'll be fine. I don't have one, but if I do, I think there are initiatives to make C++ safe. What happened to Carbon? Did that ever take off? There was like many projects have been made to try to make C++ safer as well, right? So would rewrite in Rust and rewrite in modern C++ equivalent be if C++ got... The point is moot, Noctua, because C++ can never get Rust safety features. It's not possible. The only way that C++ can get Rust safety features is if you break C++. All right? C++ has a backwards compatible model that prevents it from gaining the safety features, to my understanding. I might be very wrong in that statement. Companies won't migrate to Rust still with COBOL. Which companies though, right? Not all companies. My company did not migrate from COBOL to Rust. It was just Rust from day one. It wasn't actually doing a lot of C# and Python and Objective-C. A little bit of Swift and other things before Rust. Boost and everything from that in the standard library is just a blessing. Yeah, Boost, to my understanding, is something that people love or hate to do with networking and various other things, right? But you could invent a new language, Noctua. But then you get Rust, so I don't know, right? I think Rust exists because you cannot do that with C++. See, that's what I'm saying. When people talk about the safety features of C++, it's always about modern C++. But when you ask people, what C++ do you use? It's C++ 11 or somewhere around there, right? That's not everyone. There might be a few of you in the chat who's using C++ 23 or whatever, right? I don't know if there is a 23, I'm assuming, but most people probably don't. Since that Rust would seriously help with memory leaks, all which I have tried to correct. Oh God, yes. That is literally what it's for. No, wait. Let me rephrase that. Memory leaks is not part of Rust's safety model. They are something you can intentionally cause in Rust. But because of the lifetimes, they are not naturally occurring. If that... Can you say that? Can you say that something is not naturally occurring? You can leak memory on purpose, right? I can just do this, right? Box, leak, another box, new, and I'm going to put the list in there. I gotta stop writing that word. I should have gone for something else, right? All right. If I ran this code now with valgrind, it would complain. Cargo run valgrind target debug cal, right? So we have leaked 36 bytes. No. There, 24 bytes, which is the bytes for the vector on the stack. Have to implement the background compatibility to even Windows XP nowadays is such a struggle, I bet. C++ is a thing? Okay, cool. A lot of companies running COBOL are high importance mainframe systems, banks, government. And this is not where most people are programmers, okay? I don't think the majority of programmers are working for banks or legacy systems. I have to implement that. Okay, I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time for Jonathan Blow. He has written his own language for his next game. Not keen on language Java, but you can't question his commitment. You cannot. I strongly disagree on a fundamental level with a lot of things that Jonathan Blow says. And I disapprove. I would stare at him disapprovingly. If I had the opportunity for some of the things he said and done, but I also respect the guy for achieving what he's achieving. Let me get back to you on that one. Welcome back, Scott. I think Rust has pushed people to think more about safe programming. After doing Rust, I have changed how I write C++. I've heard that from a few people as well. What I love most about Rust is the ecosystem of tools. Having a standard package manager is a blessing to me. Yes, the thing that I find a little bit weird is how people are dismissive of package manager and dependencies, right? No one's literally forcing you to use dependencies, right? No one loved the idea of copying header files and manually versioning header files in their C project. No one liked that, right? I mean, maybe there's a handful of people who do, but if you actually have an open mind and work with dependency management through tooling, it makes no sense to go back to copying header files around, right? I don't see it. I don't see it. It's like saying, and like the argument I hear for not using a package manager is, oh, but you're adding an abundance of dependencies and you're causing bloat in your code, and you don't walk carefully enough when you walk. You don't pay attention to the world you walk in. So from here on out, you should only walk barefoot through streets of glass and nails and gravel and dirt and filth, right? Walk barefoot so you can truly understand and appreciate. That's not a good return on investment, is it? Oh man, I really appreciate the world today. Me and the hepatitis C that I contracted getting the mail, right? No. The argument is so weak. It's so weak. So, okay, if there's a library that you can import as a dependency that solves a problem for you, the solution is to copy that code? Or are you going to write the same code someone else wrote? Is that somehow effective use of your time? Imagine that you're a customer and you're paying someone for something, and their way of solving an async problem is to write an async runtime from scratch, even though that's not necessary. And be like, oh, listen, you've added 3 months to this estimate. Why is that? Well, we gotta write an async runtime because if we use threading, then, you know, the C10K problem, right? Get wrecked. Okay, but couldn't you use an existing one? I think that adding new features to make it safer is not the play because so many are stuck on older versions. I agree. We need analysis tools that can predict and catch unwanted behavior instead. And I think people are building those tools, but I don't think they're perfect. I have heard from multiple sources of learning Rust will improve how you're writing in C++. I've heard that too. Everyone trying to say AI can code, but trying to scale it without security issues. No, AI can't code. We know that. C++ dev tooling stinks. I think C++ dev tooling is hard. I like Package Manager with C++. It's just Git submodules. True. And then you're using Git as your Package Manager. A fringe group of lesser fringe group likes tooling. You can make it a bit better using something like Bazel, but it's still a struggle. Compared to cargo, sort of, but also gives you more control of all dependencies. So that could be the size situation like aerospace, for example. The reason, Apollo, that Rust isn't everywhere in the auto aeronautical industry is because Rust is not a formally proven language. There are initiatives to do this now. There's Ada Spark, if you guys are familiar with that, that is being used. Rust is appearing inside these industries now as well, right? So it is getting there, right? But the reason why we're not ejecting C in favor of Rust, and this is a good reason, is because we have decades of tested, proven code. Why would we ever throw that out? Why would we get rid of something we now know works? And we paid a high price to get it to that point. So I have not forgotten about you. Clash of language intent. I don't know what language intent means here, Tech Penguin. So let's go up to this comment here. So lifetime as in what way? Okay, Kaleidos, let's talk briefly about lifetimes, okay? So in Rust, we have something called lifetime annotations. That means that if I want to borrow a reference for some reason or other, I might have to specify a lifetime, okay? So if I have an input that is a reference to a value and have another input that is also a reference to a value, and I'm going to return a reference to a value. Oh my God, the letter U, why are you my worst enemy today? All right. Now, which one of these values can I return? Note that I can obviously not create a value in here and return a reference to that value, right? If I were allowed to do this, the universe would simply implode. I am creating a value, I'm returning a reference to the value from a function, and at the end of this scope, this value will be freed. How can I return a reference to this value, right? This is a horrible thing. If we were allowed to do this, we might as well give up and go home, right? So the only reference I can return, bar a static reference, we're going to ignore those for the sake of this conversation, is one of these two, right? I can only return input or another. Or alternatively, I can write some code that results in me returning either input or another. But as far as Rust is concerned, I have to say which one of these references am I going to return. So for this, we need lifetimes, right? Because Rust will only look at the function signature, not the function body. So it doesn't really matter what I say in here, right? If I try to compile this, it's going to complain, right? We have no lifetimes, right? So we have to annotate this with lifetime. If we do this, there is only one reference, bar static, that I can return. It's the input. That's the only thing I can return from this function. So this is fine. We don't have to write out the lifetime. But when we have two, now we do. Unintentional rhyme, just for you. All right. So we can annotate a lifetime, tick A or A prime, depending on how you fly. So now, regardless of what is happening in the function, we're saying that we're going to return a value with the lifetime of A or static. But let's disregard that again. No, I think someone made that as a fun thing to do. I don't think there is an official initiative to do that, right? It is not. Fibers would probably be more similar to green threads or coroutines or, in Rust parlance, futures. in this case, we're talking about not having ownership. So Rust has the ownership model, right? Where you either own a value or you borrow it mutably. Those are the three states that a value can exist in. Owned, borrowed mutably. And if you have a mutable access, you can also rephrase that into unique access, which means in Rust parlance, there is only one mutable borrow, okay? And that makes sense, right? Let's have a value here, and we're going to say that this value is 1. And we're going to make this value mutable. Now, if I have another value here, or a reference, R1, is equal to a mutable reference to our value, and R2 is equal to a mutable reference to our value. This means that I can free this value, right? I can just say drop and then dereference R2, and if I was allowed to do this, okay, we go with a non-copy value for this, right? So if I was allowed to do this, all is well, right? But you cannot move this value because it's behind a mutable reference. What if I did this then, right? I drop the value. Can't do that either, right? R1.push. Can't do this. We've moved the value, right? We've moved the value. So the moment we borrow the value, it cannot be moved. It cannot be dropped. Actually, it cannot be dropped either, right? You can't move it, you can't drop it. And you cannot create more mutable reference to the same value, right? That's the aliasing rule, right? You cannot have multiple mutable reference to the same value, right? By doing this, I would change the meaning of R1, right? This cannot be allowed, right? But I can have multiple immutable references to the same thing, right? Because they are shared references, right? They are safe to have because they can never change. Well, we didn't put anything in the string, did we, right? So let's just do a grom. F grom from, I don't know where I wrote that. But we can do this. This is fine. We don't need no space. What are you doing? Because nothing can change here. Okay, stop making typos, right? Nothing can change with the value, right? Either you have multiple mutable references or you have one mutable reference. You cannot have two, right? No, it's not duplicating it. Right, sorry. I need to take one step back then. What this is actually, this is a value on the stack now, right? Okay, and to make things even more confusing, the values that we store in the string is on the heap. But forget that for a second. This is a value on the stack. It is the bytes that makes up a string. Not the contents of the string, but the string container itself. How long is it? How much capacity is it? And a pointer to the first byte in the string, right? So that's those 24 bytes that we're storing here. We can have multiple references to this thing and it's fine. These things are just memory addresses, right? This is a house. This is an address that you write on an envelope to send letters to the house. You do not take the house to where the person writing the letter is, right? What a dumb analogy. I apologize for that one. Point is, these are just memory addresses, right? That points to this thing. You could sort of say that they are pointers, but not really, because we have pointers in Rust as well, which is why we can't say that this is pointers, okay? But references are like pointers with more rules. If I do this, I have now created pointers. And if I were to do this, I can print out these pointers, right? Or not. Oh, there we go, right? So you can see that these are memory addresses pointing to the same thing. If I print out the value itself, we can see the value, right? So here are 2 pointers, not 2 references, 2 pointers, and here's the value. No, I think calling it pubsub built-in is creating a mental model that is when this thing changes, these would update, but this thing cannot change and update these as a result, right? In PubSub, you have a publisher and a subscriber. Let me just read the previous message so I'm not mistaken here. I think the discussion Russ made up about choosing the right programming language, making the fine line between being able to do cool stuff in language X and being permitted of doing unsafe stuff all the time, which is good. So I wouldn't think about it as PubSub, because in PubSub you have a publisher and subscribers are separate entities from the publisher. In this case, we have memory, and this memory lives somewhere inside memory. We have a chunk of memory that lives inside memory, and references and pointers subsequently are just addresses to this memory instead of this memory itself. With a pointer, we're just going to see the memory address like that. But with a reference, we can do something called dereference, which means here, what are you oh yeah, right, because we're still making pointers. I was like, what are you on about, Rust? Here, we can see the value 3 times because we're following the references, right? So we get this 3 times, as even though we're giving a reference, the computer will follow the reference. Actually, Rust will follow the reference in this case, right? Yes, it's an abstraction from, it's pointers with more rules, right? It's pointers that can be automatically dereferenced. So we can access the value, we can follow these pointers, right? I don't have to specifically dereference this value to perform an operation on the value, right? Let's say that let's do this through a mutable reference instead, right? So now R1 allows me to write into this value without moving the value in here, right? Let me demonstrate with a function, right? We have a function called change, and we're going to have a mutable reference to a string here. And in here, we're just going to push a string slice into this thing saying, I have changed, okay? And this is fine. And we're operating on a mutable reference. So I can call change by passing a mutable reference to the value, and then I can print out the value, and the value will have changed, right? Let's do that so it's more legible, right? So we're passing a mutable reference to the value. Now, if we didn't pass a mutable reference, if we pass the value itself, we can do that. Now we're passing the value, but what happens here? You can't. You move the value, right? We've transferred ownership into this function. And at the end of this function, the memory will be freed, right? So to get around that, we would have to do something silly, and we have to redefine the value, right? There you are, my equal sign. So we have to return a string from here, and then we return as, and now this will work, right? But we're moving the memory into the change function, then we're moving it back out of the change function. So the memory is moving from one stack frame to another and then back again, right? So instead of doing that, why don't we just pass a mutable reference instead of causing the memory to move, and we can make the change in there, and then we just free the reference. That was a really dumb thing to say, that we free the reference. Ignore that comment. What is best practices? Really, it's up to you. I mean, if you want your functions to take ownership and return the value, that's going to make your functions really kludgy, right? You're going to write a lot more code for doing something you don't have to do. All right, you guys seem to have an interesting conversation. Let me catch up, though, right? Hello, what's up? How you doing? It's not default. You have to type what? I can't reference this local value in my lambda. Okay, you guys are talking about something else. So it's an abstraction from a pointer. Yes, so it's a pointer with more rules, which also makes writing unsafe Rust more complicated than writing C or C++. Because in unsafe Rust, you still have to uphold these rules, but you can accidentally violate them. Hello, Chronextep. I'm missing this conversation. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it seems like a heated conversation. So instead, I would just throw a reminder out there that remember not to get riled up by online conversations, because they will not. You guys aren't going to change each other's minds, and I hope you guys don't get riled up about it. All good. Do you assign a lifetime by assigning it to one of the input lifetime as well as the output? Yes, Scott. That is in the example where I had a function with 2 inputs and 1 output. That is the way you do it. You assign. The rule is to assign a lifetime to the output. But then you are subsequently going to have to assign at least 1 lifetime to the input, unless it's a static lifetime. Hello, change caps. Oh, that's good, Kaleidas. So, Kaleidas, if you're interested in Rust and you want to join the cult, join the community, feel free to join Discord, right? I'm happy to talk about this stuff in an off stream as well. And we have some really smart people in the community as well. So what am I working on today? We're working on tab indices. Join the cult. One of us. Why does Rust have no garbage collector if there are lifetimes, meaning it just cleans up everything? But that is exactly why it doesn't have a garbage collector. You don't need a garbage collector, because you know if I do this, you know that this string cannot be used outside of this function because I moved it in here. So the lifetime of this string is bound to the scope of this function. There cannot be any access to this string outside of the function because it's moved in here. Unless I move it out. But then if I move it out, the lifetime isn't bound to the function. If I use a mutable reference, then this mutable reference has a lifetime at least of this function, but it might have a lifetime that extends outside of the function. Here, the lifetime of the string is actually bound to the main function, right? It is, but in most programming languages, the end of a scope doesn't necessarily mean that you free the memory. So it's a little bit like inserting malloc here and free down here, right? Or in SIG parlance, you create your allocator and then you do a defer whatever to free it, right? Okay, so should we go back to our tab indices before I die of thirst, right? Welcome to the Discord, caffeine addicted amphibian. I don't know if that was rude or correct or both. In C++, you delete pointers. Yes, that is right. I say as if I knew anything about C++. Got me into the cult. Yes. That was correct. Okay. I think so, Kaleidos. And if you're interested, there's some pamphlets now. We can. I'm happy to talk more about these things as well, right? But to come back to my original comment, if you enjoy programming a language that isn't Rust, there is no reason for you to swap. Okay. Oh no, it's too late. You're already there, Kaleidos. You might not believe in Rust, but Rust believes in you. Okay. Any oodles of poodles. All right, so we need to have a remove function here as well. Remove index. And oh man, I am tripping up on the curly bracket like it's going out of style. And then here, self.inner.remove. Now, when we do a remove, funnily enough, we don't actually have to resort this thing because removing a value doesn't change the sort order. Right? The Matrix has you now, right? I'm currently trying to create a C# Twitch bot that has a CLI, so it has a live chat, but as soon as you type something like : you can type a command or send a message. Nice. Something I find myself doing a lot is when I have a function that operates on a set of stupid iPad, smiley face, Man, that is one kind of programming I cannot do. I don't know how. Also, props to you for typing on an iPad. Is it an iPad mini or the big ones, right? Wrong window. How do you have Windows on an iPad? These letters are moving so easy. Oh, I think I even lost one. My skill issue has skill issue. I lost the letter L. This stream is sponsored by the letter L. Well, I should just put this in the back. I should put this in the background, shouldn't I? Let me just move this. Should we place you in the background? Why am I asking an inanimate object what it wants? And should I be concerned that it answered? There you go. Just Bluetooth keyboard. Oh, you know what, Gyratory? If you want a Bluetooth keyboard that is also wireless, and it has wireless with radio frequencies, yes, I know, and Bluetooth and wired, so it's compatible with your computer and iPads if you want, and it's really nice. If you're interested in that, you can use the promo code togglebit. I love this keyboard. I am not just pimping this keyboard because they gave me one. This is such a fantastic keyboard that I make so many typos on, and yet it's my daily drive. Okay, so removing is perfectly fine because that doesn't change the order. I think this is all we need. So let's go and define this now. We can either pass the sorted list in. Oh man, this isn't even my first split keyboard. All right, the first one that I built was the Ferris Sweep. My first split keyboard was the Moonlander, which is a really lovely keyboard. But this is the first split keyboard that I stuck with for this. No, I had the Moonlander for 3 months, but I never got on with it. All right. Oh, that's cool, Ferdinand. Yeah, I also have the Skeletal. That was a gift from Charlie. Keyboard. These ones are insane. These keyboards are insane. It looks like this. Oh, the one I have looks probably closer to this. This. It's very aggressive tinting, although it doesn't have the. They don't. Okay, maybe this is the better tinting look for it. It's a crazy keyboard. Keyboards are really fun. Oh, my mouse is plugged in. I have like a Cooler Master, really super gross mouse. All right. So on laptop, I don't really use the mouse that much. So on laptops, it's even better to have my workflow, I think. But, you know. Okay, we have this. First of all, I want to say super thank you to Gyratory for chatting with me and for suggesting that we sort on access, because that didn't even occur to me. So that has vastly improved the performance of this thing, because this might never get cold, rather than sorting at the end of a function, which I thought I was going to do. What else do we have? I've got the wrong window open. There's no one ever watches on YouTube. There are no viewers. I probably don't have like a really good title on there either. It's probably some really dumbass title. Okay, so now that we have a sorted list, which we need. I did this as an experiment yesterday. Look at this beautiful drawing where I just wrote some HTML to see what the tab order was. And I think the tab order in terms of the tree structure that makes up a web page is depth first. And we are going to have the same kind of access now. Okay. I'm using Arch, by the way. All right. I'm using Arch, by the way. And Arch is clearly the morally superior. No, that was Rust, the morally superior language. I don't know what Endeavor is like. I know some of my community members, some of our community members are using Endeavor, but I don't know what that's like. Yes, totes. It's awesome. What's the difference between Arch and Endeavor? Is it just the installer? I can't believe I typed that without typos. A detailed comparison as of 2024. When comparing Arch Linux to Endeavor OS, the Slant community recommends Arch Linux for most people. In the question, what are the best Linux, blah, blah. The most important reason people choose Arch is Arch's goal of simplicity means there's usually one preferred way to get things done through organized and well-documented configuration files. This focus, combined with the community recognition that configuration files can be intimidating, has resulted in excellent documentation that is accessible to newcomers. I cannot stress enough how good the Arch wiki is. It is the best wiki out there and very instructive about how Linux actually works. The documentation is often so thorough that when searching for solutions to problems while using other distros, such as with video card drivers, oftentimes you find the most effective solution in the Arch Linux. Okay, what does that have to do with Endeavor OS? I think this is going to be a red herring. These are such meaningless questions. All of these questions are entirely meaningless. But I didn't get much of a distinction between them. That was a terrible article. How is it different from Arch? Like, where does Endeavor differ? Is it using everything? Is it Arch Linux with just a few defaults? So a friend of mine, it's not my friend, my brother, was talking about Arch Linux, or he asked me what Linux I was using. I said Arch Linux, but I don't know if I want to suggest Arch Linux to him. If I can suggest Endeavor and it comes with less work, but still gives you the same experience. I have no idea, Kaleidos. There are some tools that Endeavor has. Rhino was on my radar before I had to switch to Windows because of my university software. I think I thought that was the case. So if you use Endeavor, it's just the installer, right? Nothing else. It does have great documentation. When it falls short, it points to user. So is there an Endeavor OS website? Installing Arch, no, I'm guessing you're memeing, but installing Arch is very educational. So I suggest that people do it if you are interested in it. So it's Arch-based. So far, this reads like just installation. You provide a lightweight, almost bare bones environment ready to be explored with your terminal along with your home-built welcome app as a powerful guide to help you along. I don't love that there isn't more information. Is this their wiki? This does not feel like I'm looking at a wiki. This feels like I'm reading TechCrunch or Hacker Noon. Oh, I sounded salty there, didn't I? I didn't mean to. Yeah, there is an installer for Arch. Let's go back to the homepage. What am I looking at here, Scott? Do they want some JavaScript? WordPress. Now I definitely have a lot of respect for them. Is this supposed to look like this? I kind of feel like it broke a little. That's a big change between Ubuntu and Debian, though. If they really are that different, then I would certainly not look at Endeavour OS as Arch Linux. I think Ubuntu is very far from Debian these days. But okay, so we have ourselves a sorted list. I need to go and get a drink, and then we're going to do a little bit of the old programming, or programming as some nerd says. I'll be right back. Well, not right, but you know. Okay. Yeah, Manjaro is Manjaro to me just does not. It doesn't sit right with me. All right. Okay. I had much better experience with Endeavour than Manjaro. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. Enough jibber jabber. Let's do a little bit of implementing. So this is like the last thing. This should fix a bug that another person had the other day in this whole code base. So where we have components here, struct floating widgets. Here, our components should now change to be a... We're going to have a little bit more info here, aren't we? So our components is gonna... It's not really components, and it's weird that we have tab indices here. Okay, let's do this. Ooh, it would be nice to have it on that key. Okay, we're going to try something new keyboard-wise. Very briefly. Pop in here. We're going to go to layer 2. We're going to add the equal sign here. That felt very natural. But there might also be a mistake. Let's get rid of you. I wonder if I'm going to try that one too. I literally have 3 buttons for the minus sign. Nope. I can immediately see how that's a terrible idea. But the equal sign makes sense because we have a finger there. So we're pushing this button to get the equal sign. We're pushing this button to get one of these as well. That one should not be there. No key for you. And then we're going to change the color. Oh yeah, we're going to select that one. Brown. And you are not going to be brown. You're going to be that color. You, on the other hand, is going to be black. So changes. Beautiful. All right. So, no, this is a type. So get rid of that. And that's equal to... Maybe we'll see. All right, so people seem to think Endeavor is great. I'll keep that in mind. Sorted list that is generic over something. We're going to fix that, import that. And what are we going to have in here? We're going to have the path, and we're going to have the widget ID. And now we have to implement pub structs. Not sure what we're going to call this. Name this. Perfect. So this is going to have the path and the widget ID. And then we're going to change this to name this. And then we're going to implement ord for name this. And we're going to do a sneaky import. So here we're going to do this, and we do self dot 0 dot compare to other dot 0, and since we're maxing 0 we have to do a reference like so, and then we're good. No, there is no path. That's a box of a U16. What is it that you are angry about? Equality, okay. Well, I guess we might have to implement equality as well, because we're only interested in the path here. So we're going to import equal for, actually partial equal. Equality for name this. That's a weird skip to do. You know what? I feel it. I feel it in my brain that this is the way we're gonna go. This key becomes layer 2. Oh yes, you do. And then you become... You shouldn't do this too much, okay? Hopping around in configurations like this means you never learn it. But I've spent some time with this keyboard. I'm starting to feel where... So now I can do this, right? And I like that. And I can do this and this. Excelente. But, ¿qué más importante? Feel. There we go, right? So, self... dot 0 dot equals reference other dot 0 done. Okay, and now we still have the equality issue here, so we can import equality. Oh really? And then components obviously can't be up there. That's some kind of heinous crime. Oh, wait, what are you cranky about? Partial ord, but But it is. It isn't, but it is. And now this is returning an option. But then we're going to do a fix here. And do that. And add the letter N. And we should be good. There we are, right? You guys got very quiet all of a sudden. Did I kill the conversation? You killed the conversation, you ghoul. All right, so our components now can be sent through. So we can make something that contains the tab indices, and then we can borrow components from there. So no, we can't. So I thought maybe we could do that. So then this actually becomes a tab index entry. It's weird to have tab indices in here because they feel like they're very associated with the runtime. This feels like such a runtime specific thing, right? But then this is no longer a type. It's a struct, which also makes it a type. And then we're going to have our inner be a sorted list. Ooh. Okay, and then we're going to have the current index, which is a usize, and then we're going to import tab indices, and let's make a new function. All right, you know what? Fix your typing, sir. Fix your typing. Okay, let me stop and think. So we have import tab indices, Control N. Space. Oh no, that was Control W. Space, bracket, bracket. Okay, yeah, could work. I don't know, we'll see. Current will be 0. Inner should be sorted list. We're going to do empty. I know we use new in the sorted list, but I think empty is better. It means we have to fix this thing as well, right? Okay, Gareth. No, you're right. It did not start out well. Cool. All right, so back to tab indices. So here we just need two functions, right? We need to be able to have the next one. And we need to have a previous one. No, that's Control R. Gotta stretch the things a little bit, right? So next and previous, and after that, we also have to forward the push function. So there's two ways we can do this. We can kind of cheat and implement deref for sorted list for tab indices, but that is lazy. It's a little bit weird to do that because that would treat tab indices as if it was like a smart pointer. So instead, we're just going to implement the functions here, which is a little bit arduous, but it is what it is. And the value is going to be unnamed this. Again with that function. Hello, SM. So we have push, we have remove. That becomes an index of a usize. And then we're going to have a get function. Now the get function looks a little bit different. That one doesn't actually take an input as a value. Instead, this one returns an option or a reference to name this. And self.inner get blip self.index, right? Arguably, remove should return the value. But since we have no need to reuse the value, and we're not expecting tab instances to do anything there, we're not going to worry about it. Here, we're just going to push the value. Self.index. So this one becomes a little bit interesting. So if self-index is equal to 0, that was control again, then self.index is going to equal to self.inner.length, which we now need to expose, minus 1. Otherwise, self.index minus equals 1. Very simple. Hello. Hello. Good to see some chattings in the chat, right? And I'm trying to be an inclusive streamer who talks to everyone in the chat, but when no one talks, it's a little bit hard, right? So if the length minus 1 is equal to the index, then the index becomes 0. Otherwise, it's gonna be plus equals 1. Yeah. So what do you mean there's no index? Oh, it's current. Ah. Index is current. There we go. There is no length on there, so we can just generate the length function, and then here self.inner.len, that's a use size. Do it, Dawson. No field called index on tab indices. Wait, didn't I just change this? Didn't I just make the change? Oh, I didn't select this thing. Silly me. +1 mod len 1 liner. Okay. Why don't you have redeemable things? What do I do with all these points? We're working on it. We're working on it a little bit, but the net code is knackered. Are you saying that you can write this in one line, Kobe Dev? How do you write this in one line? I have done a game doll today. You know what we could do? We could do a celebratory game doll in a bit. Thank you all for the follows. Oh, +1 mod the length of the thing. So the current is plus equals. No, wait, what? A type racer dream would be cool to promote the keyboard to. I would love to play type racer with anyone who has this keyboard. I'm not interested in playing type racer with someone who's been using a QWERTY keyboard for the last 50 years, right? But I did get 135 words with 100% accuracy on monkey type yesterday. We're gonna ignore the 300 failures that came before that one lucky monkey type. I have probably at least 10, 15. No, it doesn't make sense, SM, because it's not a flex, right? It's a mistake. So, I can show you monkey type now. Oh, see, I stumbled there, right? Oh, wrong one. The accuracy is not very good, right? But I was never anywhere near this on the Moonlander. Do it! Okay, so we got this sorted now. So we can now use the tab indices in there. So now we have to pass this in. I'm not chuffed about the name tab indices. I think we're gonna call this components. And I think name this is gonna be a component entry. And then current is gonna be tab index. So these are all our components, nothing else. But you know what we do need? We need a pub function iter that's going to return an input iterator where the item is a reference to T. Well, it's not T now, is it? Comp entry. ¡Qué fuerte! ¡Joder! Done. Oops. T was it? Yeah, there you go. So that's now we can do an iteration as well, right? However, if we're going to iterate, we have to sort. And then either get or get mute is get iter, get or get mute. There we go. De acuerdo, ¿no? Es perfecto. I don't actually speak Spanish, Mopa. Do you ever define a function inside a function? And if so, how do you decide if it should be inside? There is an answer to that question. Define a function at the top level, and if it's weird to find them inside. Yes, but a redeem that makes a Twitch bot privately send you a link to a type racer built in Anathema. Wait, is the type racer... do we write a type racer code in Anathema and Twitch chat competes together? It's a bit fun. It's a fun idea. Enrico. So there is an answer to this, Christopher, and it has to do with monomorphization, right? There is an example in the Rust source code where this is happening. I just don't remember where. And it has to do with reducing the amount of code in the... reducing the amount of monomorphized code, right? Where's the source button here? So there are functions. Oh, we're being botted. Oh. There are functions that defines functions inside. I rarely do it, but if I do it, it's for this reason. I was hoping we'd find one of those. We're just waiting for the bot thing to stop. Okay, let's see what this does. All right, Temporis. So we're currently being botted, but I don't know if we need to do anything or not. It works. I'm assuming that you're not the one who's botting us, though, Dawson, because we're currently being botted. I cannot find an example of where we have a function inside a function, but it's mostly to do with monomorphization, if I remember correctly. Okay, it seemed to have stopped now. I wish Twitch had this kind of you could mark the first and the last bot, and then they just get rid of everyone in between. Although people might actually follow in between, though. There was one further up, 3 pages up. $10,130 to $10.30. Oh, here we are. Oh, right. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, here we go, right? So this thing has a... So rather than making the entire function generic over T, they're writing just a small portion of it. So it's calling that function here. And it's inline in the code. So as memory serves me, this has to do with reducing the amount of code that is created from monomorphization. Yeah, I think that's why it is the way it is. Because otherwise, all of this code would be monomorphized, right? That's a word to say enough times, monomorphized. I'm always worried every time I get botted, like, is anyone actually going to do anything now and start spamming the chat or something? But it doesn't seem to happen. So the botting thing isn't actually a problem. It doesn't affect the view accounts or anything. It affects the follower accounts, but yeah. I thought Twitch did something about that eventually from time to time, but maybe not. All right. Ooh, this is a bad one. Because then this has to be mutable. I think this could cause grief, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know how to mass ban bots. I certainly don't want it. There are a few in here. Probably 50, 100 bots, maybe. But I assume that these will eventually get banned as well. Monomorphization, Christopher, is when you have a generic function and the code... Okay, let's do this instead of me trying to wave my hands around. So imagine that we have a function that does something, and this function is generic over T. The input is T, and there we go, right? So every time we call this function, so if I call something with a string, right? Now there is one version of this function that looks something like this, right? I mean, it doesn't, but we can pretend that it does. Okay? And then we call this with a number. Now we have another function that looks something like this, right? Again, it does not generate this code. You cannot look through the generated code and find something I32, right? Symbol mangling and all that aside, right? Okay, so this function does not exist in the compiled binary. It's being replaced by these two functions. So if you imagine that you have a lot of different types calling the same function, and this function is very large, right? Then there's a lot of code that gets copied into here and here, right? The larger the function is, the larger the monomorphized functions will become, right? Well, I mean, I don't know if we're talking about bot chatting, but when you get botted, it would be fine for Twitch to it would be nice to be able to say a range from this username to this username, just eject all of them or whatever, right? Yeah, so I have blocked people, or at least their bots. In general, I don't want people to bring their own bots to my channel. Why would you do that? Why would you have your bot in my channel? That makes no sense, right? So I get that maybe you are chatting, or yeah, in this case, I don't mind that you've done it, you talked about it or whatever, but I don't want people to bring bots that records chat or reacts to input or anything to my stream unless I asked for it or unless they asked me for it. My bot is not actually my bot though. The bot that we have here is Tanaka's bot. Viewers, right? This bot is Tanaka's bot, and it's a lovely bot, and I like it that it's here. The trade-off, well, the trade-off here is that you have generic, well, there's no trade-off, like you have generic functions. The alternative is to use dynamic dispatch, right? In the top right, the stream chat. No, it's listen, Dawson. You talked about it, and I didn't say anything. It's fine. I know you're like exploring and stuff like that, right? I would just so I think it's poor etiquette. It's poor Twitch etiquette to bring your bot to another streamer's stream without telling them. And I certainly think it's bad Twitch etiquette to bring a bot that specifically reacts or do anything in someone else's chat, because not because one of the reasons is if someone turns up with a bot called the bot something, and then it has some kind of curse words or whatever in its output, people are going to assume that it's my bot and I'm responsible for it, right? And I'm not. So that's one of the reasons as well that you don't want other people's bots. But in this case, it's fine, right? In this case, it's fine. So when you have a function inside a generic function, it will just make a pointer to that in every function. No. Okay, forget that, all right? We're talking about what the code actually does, right? The act of monomorphization. When you have a function like this something function that is generic over T, every time you call this function with a given type, we have to copy the code here and paste it again in the binary and replacing this type. So this will not call something. This will end up calling something string, right? And this will end up calling something I32. And then this function would disappear, right? Now we have manually done monomorphization. So if you imagine that these functions are large, they're going to take up more space in the binary. If you imagine that these functions are called by many different types or called with many different types as their generic argument, right? Then we're going to get many different functions, right? That's monomorphization. It's taking this function and replacing it in the binary with these functions, right? That's it, nothing more. I don't want you to feel bad, Dawson. I don't want you to feel bad about anything, right? It's all good. But I do not want to use someone else's bot for various reasons. Now, I'm using the Tanaka's bot, but that has also convinced me not to use anyone else's bot, because if the bot goes down, I'm not paying Tanaka for the bot. he's done this by voluntarily given his own free time to build the bot and hosted it for me. So I can't really tell him the bot is down. Can you please fix it? And I don't have ownership of the bot, so I can't do it, which is also problematic, right? Self-hosted is good. Self-hosted. Yeah, I mean, if you like want to share the code over there, it's fine. Not that I would run C# code, because running the .NET runtime by default wants you to use Microsoft telemetry wank, and I'm sort of not into that kind of wank. The reason to have a function inside a function was to produce less code. Yes, okay, right. So hang on to your sockets. Let's go back to this thing, right? So the reason to do that is because now we already have something that is generic. So that's a little bit weird, because the slice in question here, this code belongs to something that is already generic. Where's the scrobble barb? There it is. Up to the top we go. It's already generic though. So this is already going to produce a bunch of copies of things, right? So honestly, I'm not entirely sure how this thing is going to pan out for this code. Why this code looks like this. I was really going to use Node.js with TypeScript, but I decided to hate. Oh man, TypeScript is so opinionated around people that use it, right? But yes, I believe this is to produce. I have to say I believe, because I can't, like right now, I can't wrap my head around this. But we're also inlining this code. And when we're inlining this code, it means that this would never be a function code. All this code, it's like we could remove these 2 lines or 3 lines and the closing bracket here, right? And this code would just exist as part of this. So yeah, honestly, I don't know why this is, but I'm guessing it's to reduce monomorphization. We can do nested functions, function definition in Rust, reduce monomorphization. What a word. Okay. For better incremental build time, the CodeGen unit partitioner creates 2 CodeGen units for each source level modules, one for stable and the other more volatile code, monomorphized specialized instances. For dependencies, consider create A and B such that B depends on A. The following table lists different scenarios for a function in create A that might be used by one or more modules, non-generic inline, generic. Regardless of inlining, all monomorphized specialized functions from create A appears within a single CodeGen unit for create B. Okay. All right, maybe that wasn't super helpful. Don't think this is relevant. Ooh, that's a Stack Overflow right there. What are you talking about? Self from? Unless there's a from function on struct name. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's not a Stack Overflow then. Whatever. All right, I can't find anything. I don't think I want to talk more about it, because I don't have the knowledge to talk more about it, right? I'd love to talk more about it, but I think we end up in a space where it's a likelihood that I'm just making a lot of shit up. And I'm thinking that that's not something I want to do intentionally or unintentional. Okay, so it was a long time since I had this conversation. It was with Danaka I had this conversation as well. But any hoodles, because it's weird because the slice is already generic, which is strange, right? Anyway, so itchy triggers again, right? Does Rust have the same template binary bloat problem that people complain about in C++? And I have no idea what people complain about in C++. But binary bloat will occur from monomorphization, which we just talked about. So if you have two functions if you have two function calls with different types, it's going to generate two functions as a result of monomorphization, right? I mean, that's a bit hand-wavy. If none of the results end up being used, then the optimized LLVM will probably just throw the code out, right? But that's a different story. Okay, so now we have to have mutable access to the iterator, and that's a little bit gross. Oh, actually, do we really need this to be sorted when we iterate over it? Why do we need this to be sorted? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I don't even know what we're doing with the iterator. So let's just delete the iterator for now. Which again invalidates the comment. If I find a reason for it, I'll add it back in again, but I don't think we need it. So this is now the component entry. We have our floating widgets. We have something called a parent, apparently. I don't think this is being used anywhere. I don't think component parents are being used anywhere. We'll get rid of it for now. Ship. Oh shit. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is definitely being used somewhere. I just threw away a lot of stuff that is being used. Oof. So we do need that. Okay, so now we need to be able to do this lookup, right? Do we? Do we really? I don't think so. Okay, next thing to do is to introduce the component collection into our context. So we're looking for a particular context. Probably somewhere in the eval space. Here. So we're gonna have... Ooh, okay. This is a component registry. This is used to do what? Store component factories. This is how components are created. So this is how we can add... Do we have the default one in here? We do not. Okay, this looks like old code. Yeah, it's a month old. Almost exactly. So we can throw that out. Okay, so we have the add prototype and add component, but we don't seem to have generic function. No, because that's on the runtime. Okay, so component registry is fine. We're gonna rename you to component registry, because that's what you are. And now this becomes components. And I think this is the one that we're looking for. Yes, yes it is. So we're making a new one of these. We're gonna have to pass this in. And we're gonna chuck components in there. So now we've just broken the runtime. And we're gonna have to be able to create a new one of these. So we can call it new, because even though this is empty, we still have a tab index. And I think that's fine. So let's see where we end up now. Unsurprisingly, okay, right. Component registry there. Okay. Well, this is going to be the same thing. So we have to pass in, we have to rename this thing to component registry. Oh, spelling, man. I'm weak at that game. That means that we also have this on the eval context. Well, no, you need to have components here. Which we have to import for this to work. If I could just type. If I could just type. There we go. And then we need to add that to here. Self.components. And this is going to be the same thing. So we're going to rename you to component registry. Is it registry or registry? I am unsure now. Registry. 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 Oh my god. Yes, right now. Registry. Okay, cool. So I was right. Let's just bask in the glory that is my brain. All right, and then we end up with components down here. Which we have to import. Once I learn how to spell it, apparently we're good. Then we have to chuck it down here. Oh, this is the update tree. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. We're not ready for that one yet. Component. Registry. Wait, that was supposed to be a fix. A ren. We don't have components. Oh my god. Components. There we go. Components. Can we fix that? Import that? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. All right. So now we're almost there. I'm going to rename a few more things. And then we're going to get to the real issue here. The real issue. which is the runtime when that's when it's going to flip out. Components. It's going to flip out in colors. So applying futures, we're now in the runtime. So the runtime has to have one of these. So the first thing we're going to find, yep, that is definitely how you say find, is floating widgets. And we're going to bring components in here. That is not available. So we have to go to lib, components. Okay, that was an easy fix. Ow! Come back here, Control O. There we go. Oops, that was the wrong thing to import. That's the right thing to import. Okay, so floating widgets, and then we're going to have components. We got to make sure that we don't actually have components anywhere in here. This was already called component registry. What an amazing thing. Components. New. So here we have to pass in self components. And here we have to pass in self components as well. And then we're trying to save inside the text. Did you all go for lunch? This is like the time when everyone goes for lunch and I'm sitting here like a sucker starving to death. Components. All right. Done. Okay. Cargo C. What warnings do we have? Okay. So we're not using the widget ID. That's fine. And we don't use it in the eval context. This widget ID business is going to be more important. So we're going to get back to that one shortly. But first, we're going to actually fill this now with values. So let's go to eval. And we're going to find eval component. No, eval. No, it's not called that. Okay. There we go, right? So we need to know the value. So let's go to our eval context, find our components, and we're going to change the push function to not look so silly. And the push function is not going to take a component entry. Yes, it does. Actually, it doesn't. It's going to take a path, which is a box U16, and a widget ID, which is a widget ID. Then we're going to make a entry from this. And what's that? Comp entry. And that's going to have a path and a widget ID. And then it's the entry that we push. The entry. There's no path for this thing. That seems silly. All right, so let's change this to have... No, come on. Change the brackets to curly brackets. Thank you. And then we deleted them by accident. Path, widget, ID. So now I broke all these things, right? So that's going to be path, 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 and whoops, path. Oh, yeah, this is going to be path. And you know what this is going to be? Path. Quite. All right, so we are now good. All right, yeah, that is a slice. Whoops. Hey, there we go, right? Okay, so now we can do this. We can push these values. So when we evaluate the component, it means we have created a component. So we're going to push this thing in there, right? So what we need the path of the component, and we need the component ID. Actually, I might have used the wrong ID. So that's a widget component ID, not a widget ID. I don't know which one we need. So let's just put one in there. We can always fix it later. So here's the widget ID for this thing. And do we have the path? That's the parent path. That is not our path. How do we get the parent path? No, our path. There's a lot to unpack here, isn't there? So we have the widget ID. We can get the path from the widget ID. So here we can do tree.path, pass in the widget ID, and that's going to give us the path. So now we can do the context.components.push path widget ID. All right, easy. That's all we had to add now to start tracking this. Well, that's when we create them. What happens when we remove something? So that would happen somewhere else. That would happen in the world of updates, right? Or updates if you can't spell. So let's do an update if the element is a component and the update is remove. So here we're going to say rather than control flows managing this layout instead. Okay, that looks like it belongs to here. Or here. All right. So the component in question. This is why we might have wanted the reverse order, right? Okay. So that's gonna contain the component itself. But do we maybe have the... Oh, look at that. We have the path as well. So we could use the path. We don't need that. So if the change dropped is equal to the change. Madre mía, qué fuerte, qué pasa con esto. Right, why is this thing so hard? It's just curly brackets, right? So if we do have a drop, meaning the value has been removed, we now have to remove that value from here, right? So this means that we have to get rid of it. How do we get rid of it? We could... Thank you, Mopa. What we can do here is simply expensively traverse the vector. So as long as you have less than 100 values in your vector, that's sort of a weird number. It's not that weird. It's like kind of like a hand wavy number, right? Don't put too much stock in this comment. As long as you have roughly around less than 100 values in a vector, it can be faster to iterate and scan the list for the vector. And now, since we have a sorted vector on the path, we can actually use a binary search to find that value. So we can do something like context.components.remove, and then we're going to pass in the path here. Now that's not what this looks like. The remove function does not take a path. Instead, it's going to take a... Now it's going to take a path. And self.inner.find path. This is going to give us the index. We can do let sum index equals to that, else if we can't find it, then we return. There's nothing left for us to do here. And then we do self.inner.remove index. All right, so now we have to implement this find function, which is a little bit sneaky because this is really going to do a binary search, right? But I don't remember if we just call it binary search and be done with it, right? Binary search. Okay, we have to do a binary search by, because we don't care about the second half of this element. Binary search by, and this is going to take a function or a closure that has this guy and returns ordering. Okay, so we can just return ordering by doing a compare with this path to the entry, right? So we'll do entry.path.compare to this path. And what are you returning? A result user. So this one returns a result of a user. If it's okay, we have found it. If it's an error, it will return the index of where this value would be. But we don't care about that. So we're just going to say it's not okay or. Let's go and have a look at the result. Beep, boop. One of these. Just okay. That's all there is. How can I forget such a simple thing, right? No field name path on ooh, right. That's a problem. Okay, then we have to change our find function to be a binary search function that is generic over f, and we're gonna pass in our f here and return that, and we're gonna change this to f, which is not okay. But it will be the moment we add a trait bound to it. As such. Oh, and that returns ordering. Okay, so now this is going to be a bit lengthy. So we're going to change it to a where clause instead. So we say where f. Oops. That returns ordering. But then we have to bring ordering in here as well. And now we should be good. So this is now a binary search. By actually we can just take this code now. So we do south.inner binary search by else return. But now this gets a little bit lengthy. So if let some yes. So why am I making it longer? Well, that is anyone's guess. That's a little bit. Can we do this with like a partial compare then? And then, no, it doesn't love that anyway. It has to be a reference to self. Okay, then we do this as slice. Alternatively, we could have dereferenced and re-referenced this thing. No, path as slice. Okay, you know what? Rust is being difficult with me, so we're just gonna do this. Okay, and move on. Oh, okay. So we're just gonna do this and move on. Thank you, Rust. So now we can remove. Very much. Delicious. Okay, so where do we go from now? We can remove. So do we call remove in the update function? We do. So we're good? It does. It really does. You know you've succeeded as a content creator when this is your gray card. Okay, so where do we go here then? We've done the component change. Now it's going to be actually implementing these things. Now we have to leave this beautiful place and go to the runtime. No, there's no main there. So where's our tab indices? We have these tab indices here. Now we're going to make a big change. Now we're going to break something. So our tab indices is going to be replaced by components. So these tab indices are probably quite commonly used. So when we get rid of these, all heck will ensue. So then our components is probably also gonna be here. Okay, now I broke the internet. So this used to do a dumb fetch from tab indices. And what does a dumb fetch do? Something dumb, no doubt. We have the component ID and we get an index entry out of there. All right, let's see how that plays into what we're doing. And what do we do with the entry? Then we get the widget ID. We also have the state ID in there. So we should probably save the state ID in there as well. So this sorted list is now done. We don't have to worry about this thing. We can go back into widgets where we're going to worry about the granularities of this thing. I'm so hungry. I'm going to have to go and eat some food soon. Let's go to widgets module. Comp entry. So let's write the state ID in here as well. Is the state ID available? No, it is not. It is now. That also means that our new function has to, no, our push function has to take state ID as part of this thing, right? So we're just gonna lock the state ID in here. One day I'll get that right. All of this stuff on the component entry is gonna have to be public, right? We have to have access at least to that and this. The path maybe we can leave the path alone, just like we left Brittany alone. So push takes a state ID. Do we have a state ID? You dang dingus right, we do. So instead of doing an tab in is we're going to do self.components.get our ship. That's a widget component ID. That's not good. So we're using the widget ID from the entry and the state ID and the state ID. That's all we do. Yeah, so I think this is fine. This just means that we have to make a little bit of a change in our first one when we call message recipient. And you also do some blog posts on Anathema and the upgrades to perform you did since when June. Oh, I'm keeping this up to date in the Discord, right? So every time I make a push, I will announce it in the Anathema channel and I will let people know if there are breaking changes in there and what they are. So there are some significant changes that obviously has happened over the years, but I'm not sure where to go when it comes in terms of blog posts. Right? I haven't written in ages and I probably should write a blog post about this. I also want to make videos around this, but I want to do another video before I get into that. I am building a terminal-based user interface engine. So this is we've done two merges into the main branch. So the old Anathema is really dead now. Thank you for the follow, Hanset. But yeah. Okay, so how do we build the reference here, right? So somewhere we have to say that this thing is being set, okay, inside the view message. Yeah, this becomes a little bit complicated, doesn't it? Because we have the view messages that are sending messages to component IDs. There's no two ways around that. We have to send messages to component IDs. Because they are generic over a type. And then there is the so I mean possibly we could possibly store that in there as well, right? As an secondary list. But other than that, all this seems to be done based on the widget ID. So we certainly need that. So a dumb fetch will just scan the list, right? But I wonder if we can keep a secondary list in there, right? Kind of like we do secondary maps. Oh, no, hang on. That's also runtime. No, get away from the runtime. Get away from the runtime. So here we can have the component. Whoops. Change to underscore component ID. Oof. Now there's even more stuff we have to drop in here. And there's no fast way of finding the component ID there. Messages have to be quick to deliver because we already have a hello Dan. We already have a need to send to downcast. Sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. We already have a need to downcast for the messages. So we definitely want to improve performance there if we can. So maybe a secondary map or a secondary list for this thing is to be favored, where we use the component IDs, right? They are going to be reasonably small, the component IDs. So maybe we do that. Maybe we just store a slab of component IDs in there as well. So this is not part of the component entry. We only have the component ID for access. So our get function also has a get by component ID. Ooh, what a long name. So that could work. Then now we need to balance the indices here, which if we're doing that, then fiddlesticks. We could just store a small map in there. So the first thing we do is self.comp IDs dot get ID, and this would be the index, like so. It's all good. So this could be the index, right? So we have to do two lookups, but if this is a small map, that's not gonna be a big deal, I think. So comp IDs is a small map of widget component ID and usize. However, when we remove a value now, oh, right. You big dummy. Goes here. And then this is just going to be a small map. Empty. Really? What are you complaining about? Okay, so this is a little bit sketchy now, because if I remove something, I don't instantly remove the value from the secondary map. So we have to clear the secondary map as well, which is a little bit confusing. What key combo was that? Let's look at the functions we have on the small map. We could add another function to the small map that allows us to do a lookup in the other direction, because it is in fact a small map that is just a slab under the hood. Unless we store the index in there. I guess we could do that. We could just insert the value. Yeah, I'm overthinking this. I am overcomplicating this as well. So let's go back to our components. So when we do an insert, we're going to have the ID. So we can know that from our small map. So now we need the entry when we do a remove. So this has now changed the landscape a little bit. So this thing is now going to return an owned T. Yeah. Okay, we're going to have all these other problems to contend with until we're done. But other than that, this is fine. So we're going to get the entry, and then we do here, we do a remove, and then we're going to pass in entry dot widget component ID, right? So we can do a removal. Now, the entry doesn't have a component ID, so we need to store that on the entry as well. So when we push, we also need to have the component ID, which is a widget component ID. So let's go to our comp entry. Let's add component ID here. Okay. So the only thing that we're missing now, do we have the component? We have component ID here. This would be a widget component ID, no doubt. Yes, it does. Yes, it is. I mean, okay. You want a reference? Okay, I think we're done. I think that's all we have to do. So the thing that we end up with is a copy of the widget component ID, but this is just a U32. So it's not the worst thing that we could do, all right? In terms of so two U32 is going to take up as much space as one index anyway, right? So we're good in terms of storage. Okay, so when we push, we also have to do comp IDs, insert component ID, which is fine to do since it's copy, and then what? What else do we store in there? Oh yeah, we store the value for this guy, so that's gonna be self.inner.length, right? Which will automatically point to add. Okay, fine. What do you call then? What is the name of the small map? Set, you fiddlestick. of all the made up nonsense, right? So we set the component ID to be this length, which will subsequently lead to pointing to this value, this entry. Okay. And now we have fast access without any need for the dumb fetch that we had is now significantly faster. Because the dumb fetch meant that we had to iterate through everything. Here, we can just get the index directly. We just have to do 2 lookups, but that's like following 2 pointers, right? So, right? Okay, let's deal with the actual issue then. So, instead of doing a dumb fetch, we're calling get by component ID. That's components. That's going to be components get by... No. Get by component ID. Is that a widget component ID? It is. I get the feeling that this is definitely going to cause me issues. Oh, we don't need this anymore. This is now redundant. Oh, except this isn't. Ooh, Nelly. Oh, it is because we've done this. Yes. So components dot current. Is it just get? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So that's components. Again, that's a get by component ID. There are no tab indices anymore, but there is components. We get rid of that, and you don't get tab indices. Where are tab indices anymore? After the tree. Yeah, there's a lot of arguments. There you are, components. This should be component. This is in events, so we're going to have to import this from widgets. It's this is my answer. There is not a lot of breaking changes, but there is still some teething issues around the backlinking the events or the triggering associated events, and that's what we're solving now. So I would love to say that once this workload is done, I don't see a reason to change anything, but it's still hard to say. Do you have anything specifically you want to build? Because if there are API breaking changes, they are not frequent and they are not massive. But they are existing. They do exist, not they are existing. Okay, so the second argument should be components. And this is get by component ID. I'm curious what you want to build though. Right, we do need an iterator. Currently working on administration GUI, and I'd like to build a TUI variant of it as well. I mean, that sounds really cool. That's really cool, Epic Blog. In that case, I would say hang fire until we've established third-party components. If you're going to have things like text fields and stuff, we want to be able to supply that rather than you having to roll your own. But that is the reason I'm doing this work now, is because it's the precursor to that. Oh yeah, Toads, if you're not on the Discord, are you not on Discord, Epic? I feel like you've been around since day one almost, 2021, right? Surely you must be on the Discord. If anything, you can mute the entire Discord except the Anathema channel. But yeah, so we're doing this work. This is leading up to the third-party components work, which will give us things like inputs, maybe buttons. I don't know if anyone cares to make a button, but we can do inputs, buttons, definitely things like drop-downs and what have yous, right? I know Brookcirca has worked on things like field sets and other form elements, so there will be form things, right? Yeah, so there's the Anathema Alpha channel where we're discussing things. So I would encourage you to join there and throw your weight around. Do it. It's cool. Why aren't you splitting? There we go, right? I'll be super chuffed to see. I know other people have built things in Anathema, but I'd love to see more. Man, you gotta check out. Let me show you this screenshot from Jinty. This screenshot made me all kinds of excited. Just look at this thing, right? I mean, how cool is this? This is written in Anathema. Okay, doesn't this make you feel a little bit inspired when you see this? So I asked Cynthia if I could use her or the screenshot for Anathema. So and they said yes. So yeah, they have some really cool ideas going on. There's another one in there as well. I think they know how to make a lot with a little, right? Okay, so we need to notify all the components. So what I think we're gonna do with iter, we don't need iter to be sorted. That's a mistake. So let's add the components iter here. Let's add a pub function for iter. So we're going to implement iterator here, where the item is a reference to a comp entry. Okay, so we have to fix this and build this in and chuck that there. That becomes t self.inner.iter. This is not sorted. All right, so that's get by not component ID, component ID. It's all right, Oglob. It'll come to you in a dream. Damn, that was a curveball. Why do we have 12 errors now? No. Whoops. Okay, so all dump fetch is going to be replaced by that, but come on, leader next. All right, we build again. Leader next. There we go. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. Eep. Okay. Oh man, there's so many dumb fetch in here, and that's a bit of a flaw as well, but not one we have to worry about. All right, so we're down to 8 now. There is no by widget ID. Ends with unwrap. So really, this is not returning anything. So this prev business is gonna be components.get. That's easy. Hello, BT, how you going? So this by widget ID, this one is a little bit confusing. What is the event parent here? Why is that? Okay, we can change what the parent is. Parent component relationship, that could be a component ID. So that one's fine, I think. Good work. I have purged this room quite a bit. There's a pile of clothes I never wear in the corner, but I've convinced myself that if I leave them there, they will dampen the echo. But they are there. Okay, I think we can get around this thing. That one's just get. This one takes 13 arguments. We have component after tree. That's the take. Why is floating widgets not there? Yeah, I have that too. And I have, to my left, I have this like weird thing set up there. This thing is to dampen the sound as well. Okay. Why is floating widgets not part of the event handler? But components are. The plastic kind. The curtain is there, right? It's on that side. I don't know why we don't have floating widgets in here. And why do we have components in there then? Okay, I've worked around this thing. So that's going to be components. Closures require unique access to fill sticks. You're not returning a reference, are you? Okay, yeah, so we're going to make this not return a... All right, so we're going to copy this type. But we can't. But we don't need the path. So we can return a type that just contains these two things, the widget ID and the state ID. So this one's going to complain because it requires unique access to components, and we're not giving it unique access to components. We're literally borrowing from here and then again from here, right? Which is no. So we just need to make sure that we are cool in doing so. This, we just have to change what we're returning, right? So that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money, Celestia, and do things to the wall. So the wall behind me is my backdrop for the videos. And if I start putting a bunch of weird filaments and what have you on there, egg cartons, if you will, it's going to look cheap, right? And I'm also using one of the corners for this shot there. And so because of that, I can't put just about anything anywhere, right? I can't just hide things in the corners. I mean, this room is almost perfect, except for the hideous, massive, freaking fireplace that takes up so much space. It is grotesque how much it takes up. Okay, so I have a solution for all of these problems so far. Yeah, that's the same issue there. Now this ITER, well, I have a solution for that too. And that one as well. Yeah, all of these have the same solution. So what we need to do then is we need to know what is it that we're actually going to have. Okay, what do we need inside our... what do we need access to here? So let's go to the top of our errors, right? And let's have a look at how we're using the entry. We need the widget ID. Okay, what else do we have that is coming from the entry? We need the state ID. And remember, these are all small numbers, right? State ID, entry, widget ID. Okay, so it's just the widget ID and the state ID so far. Mostly the widget ID and the state ID. Are we back at the top again, I think? Yeah. But it doesn't stop there. There are other issues. This is in events. Let's skip anything that has to do with events and go here. Okay, so this is a different issue. This one complains about something. After the tree comes components, so that's going to be self.components. That fixes that issue. Okay, so let's go and look for... Huh? Mismatched types? Alright, okay, well, yeah, we're a little bit early with that. Okay, so anything that happens inside events, so you can see that this is inside events RS, is not relevant to us. Because we're going to fix that here, however, we have some relevancy. Actually, not really. This might be the same thing, but this is a different place where we're using the entry. So widget ID, state ID, and state ID. Entry, widget ID, state ID, state ID. It seems like we can get away by just doing that. Except here, if we have widget ID, state ID. Oh no, it was certainly there as well. Okay, so even as far as the lib is concerned, that is also the one to fix. So maybe we could say widget ID, state ID. Why do I get a feeling this is not sufficient? And then we get rid of that and that. And that. That means that our get function does not return that, but it returns a map of the entry where we convert it into a tuple of the widget ID and the state ID. And then we change that to be a tuple of widget ID and state ID. So again, we're going to change this to widget ID, state ID. What's for lunch today? What do you guys got cooking? I'm hungry and I need some suggestions. Now, what is it that we're doing here? What is this thing supposed to be? An option of a parent. Right. Yeah, or a consultant, if you will, right? I run my own consultancy where I help companies writing software, doing organizing software or structures, and I did all kinds of things. I've done things from menial programming tasks to running an IT department. Okay, so components by widget ID. This is the one that I want to change. So this thing gives us something else. So I think this one can be by get by component ID. But this can only work if we can change the parent to be a component ID. Vegetable curry would be all right. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more Mexican. Like chicken tinga, maybe. But I don't have any rice. I want to have it with rice. Oh, man. The choices. The choices. So again, this is just using that. Do we have the entry? There's the widget ID. There's the state ID. Okay, so I think we just need to make the parent be a widget component ID. What's a tinga? So chicken tinga is like a tomato pot cooked with chicken and adobo, peppers, chipotle in adobo sauce. So you cook up this, like tomato sauce with onions and adobo chilies. Chipotle chilies in adobo sauce and stuff. You cook it up, and then you chuck some chicken in there, and then you let the chicken cook in there. Then you take the chicken out, smush it all together with a mixer, throw the chicken back in again, and this is what you get. And then you eat it with sour cream, cilantro, coriander, and feta cheese, right? Unless you can get like queso fresca, but where I live, people think queso fresca is something different. I don't know. I was going to make a joke, but I got bored. And this you can have with like tortillas or rice or whatever, right? Oh man, they are super. I have no idea who Bobby Flay is, but Bobby Flay makes good choices. Trying to eat more veggies lately, feel way better. Yeah, I mean, I eat a lot of fruit now as well. I am super hungry. I've been hungry for the last couple of hours, right? But I want to kind of get this done, which is why. So let's find a reference to a parent and see what they're doing. Component parents. So could that be widget component ID instead? So I'm making things up now without knowing whether this is possible or not. I'm just hoping it is. All right. Wait, what is not from widget component ID? Index. Ah, right. So this thing has to have, but it does have that. But this is not what I'm worried about. Where's like all the parent BS here? And I think that comes from the context. So we have like the parent. It's not in there. That is not the right parent, though. That is the right parent. Somewhere in here. Okay, we can get rid of this list. We don't need that anymore. Somewhere in here, we're supposed to generate this parent-child relationship between components. But I'm not seeing it. And the complaint here is that the widget component ID does not implement the requirements for the index. And what requirements do we have for an index? From usize. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Rust. Sounds like you're making stuff up. Let's have a look. The trait from widget component ID is not implemented for index. Okay, so the widget ID implements from index. We're going to grab the widget ID here. And we're going to find the index implementation for, wait. Oh, shit, it's a key. Oh, of course that works. But what is it that the parent ID needs then? Can you show me? Index U32 does not satisfy from widget. Okay. So we need to implement these two for the widget component ID. We don't have to go any further than that. I just thought incorrectly though. Okay. Anywho, let's do this thing, right? Oh, 1 second. Okay, let's see. I'm not gonna join that conversation, Enrico. Like, I can see the controversial comments happening there. I'm like, no, you're on your own with that one. All right. So we need to implement from index from widget component ID for index. There we go. Can we just do this? And then here, that will be self value 0. I think that's okay. No, wait a second. What is this index? I say U32. And what are you then? It's a U32. What the hell? Oh, right. Okay, so let's just do into here then, right? You can't complain about that. Yes, you can. You ship. Okay, so, okay, really, that's really dumb because that means that we have to implement from U32 for index. I mean, it's not dumb, but it feels a little bit dumb. That's how we solve that one. Okay, now we have 16 errors instead. Is there anything you wish Rust would add to the language or tooling that doesn't exist yet? Not that isn't already in process. So I was waiting for upcasting that was about to be released and never came. And so there's like an old feature, and it's a bit of a meme at this point, that I was waiting for called drain filter. But now that has changed to extract if instead. Hello, Davros. That has changed to extract if instead. So I'm very much chill and just go where the language takes me. I don't feel strongly about things like that. Like, oh, I wish this language had this, that, and the other. I can by principle do everything that I want to do, right? It's all. What about you, Polo? Do you have anything you think about? I don't think we're ever going to get generators based on iterators now, Davros, right? Isn't that how it went? That are we getting generators or not? I'm a little bit uncertain where that conversation went in the end, right? Okay, so there is something missing here now. So what's the parent? That's supposed to be an option of a parent. That's a widget ID. I do not want a widget ID. Instead, here... oh my god, I'm a little bit unsure where that went. Did this do something like parent.widget ID? Yeah, and that's not what we want. This here. Is this going to be parent.widget ID instead? Yeah, so I kind of bungle that in a few places. It should be parent.widget ID, not just the widget ID that we have, right? So that will be parent.widget or .component, right? Component. Is it component or component ID maybe? Yeah, it's component ID. And what is it that we're converting that into a parent? That's why, apparently. So, okay, this is easy enough then. That's just changing this to a component ID and we're done. That one is easy. Okay, get by component ID. Is it the same thing here? Let's make sure that we're using widget and state correctly. If it doesn't exist, there's workarounds for it, totally, right? I don't really have any strong feelings about how it needs to change some detail. But I wrote Rust in 2016 before Rust was cool, right? But back then we didn't have non-lexical lifetimes and stuff, and Rust was harder back then. It's not like Rust was hard back then, you kids have it easy. It's not a big comment like that, but Rust was a little bit less lenient back then. Okay, so this thing is going to return an entry, I think. And we can probably change this to be the same, to have the widget ID and the state ID in here. Back in my day, exactly. Back in my day. And then, oh shit, we need to do an inner get with a map. There we are. We've gone from 9 errors to 18 errors. They are multiplying. They are multiplying. The errors are multiplying. Someone make it stop. Oh, yeah. Of course that doesn't work. I just changed that, didn't I? Okay. All right. We have to map this, but we have to map it here. All right, so widget ID. We have to deconstruct this. Now, whether this will drop the entry or not, we'll find out. That's gonna be our widget ID and state ID again. Now that's gonna be the component ID. Okay, we're back down to 9 errors, so I feel like we're going in the right direction here, okay? Widget, ID, state, ID, deleting word, get to this one, 6 errors. Okay, well now we're certainly going somewhere, right? Component ID. I'm feeling pretty good about this. We're down to 5 errors now. Build. Build it, please. Oh, right. Component ID, you muppet. 4 errors. The plot. It thickens. The plot thickens. All right. So do we really need the entry here? State. Yeah. So we can continue. Closure requires unique access. So we need to drop the entry here. And I don't know if Rust is going to be cool with me just doing that. Apparently it was. So we can change this to be widget ID and state ID again from the iterator. We just have to map this. Ten errors happening. We'll see. I can't help but think that would be beautiful. Nice round numbers. Okay, here we go. Nope, still 4. Fiddlesticks. Wait, unique access to what? But wait, where is it borrowed? These aren't references, are they? No, there's no references here. Well, yes, there is, because we're iterating over this. Of course we can't do that. What dumbassery would that have been? So this used to call components.iter. Are we in the runtime here? We are not. So if we go to the runtime, find... Oh, Nelly, that would not... Oh, but this was never passed into it. Oh... Okay, so if we don't want to allocate a new vector for this, we might have to do something that can only be that I can only describe as slightly mechanical, right? So we have an index that I can't spell, and what else do we have? We have a length, so that will be component.len, right? Do we have a len there? No, let's fix that. Okay, and then we do a classic for loop here for I in index to len. Like so. And then we drop that in there and we say that the entry, which is going to be widget ID and state ID, is equal to component dot get I. Of course that doesn't work because get means something else here. So we're going to rename you to current, which is what it was used to be called, and then U to get with an index of a U size. If I'm not a muppet. And then this will call self.get, self.tab index. I will change U to index without the C. And you become get. And we can expect that to work. Ooh, Nelly. No, we can't. Hot damn, I was about to make something bad. Hello, Mr. Yogurt. How you going? Did you change the streaming room? Yes, I have, Fiskin. How you doing? This is bad because the collection can change as we iterate over it. Yeah, this is the last time I'm wearing this t-shirt, by the way, because it looks like a crop top on me now. And I can't be a grown man walking around with a Vim crop top, man. There's a statement you can make, and then there's a statement. You need to charge extra for that stream. Nah, I think I'm just gonna stop wearing this thing. My wife don't like it either. Not because she uses Emacs or anything ridiculous like that, but because the t-shirt looks really bad on me. OnlyFans. Don't nobody want to pay for my OnlyFans, like middle-aged man looking shit.com, right? All right. But yeah, so why can't we do this? Because no, hang on. We can do this because it's a resize event. And a resize event cannot, a resize event. No, we cannot do this because the resize event is sent to the component. And what if you are modifying a collection based on the resize event? Can't do it. Oh no, that I would be on board with, Fiskin. I only have one metal band's t-shirt now, but yeah. Okay. We cannot do this because the collection can change. How do we do this then? Wow, what a trip. What a complete disaster this is. Okay, let's see if we can get the rest of the stuff working. Oh, it's the same thing here. Yeah, this one we could map. So this one is fine. This one is not. We got two errors. And that's because of this. So why this is a bit of a disaster is because so we can solve the borrow checker issue. And this is where you have to learn from what Rust really tells you. Placement new, custom. Yeah, placement new would be cool in Akai. Custom allocator support for const flow, arithmetic, all of them are work in progress, but stabilization takes forever. Speaking of stabilization, what about specialization, right? Isn't that the feature we're all waiting for? Hello, Purge, you have a question. Suppose you program a POSIX-like shell and you want it to never panic and always handle errors. Would you use panic set hook or panic catch unwind or something similar? But what function are you dealing with that could possibly panic, right? So yeah, I don't know what function you have that could panic. If you're talking about a detail like out of memory or something like that, then yeah, I guess you don't really have much of a choice there. Front-end UI stuff difficult? Really? You can't find resources on callbacks and handlers? I feel like there has to be something for that, right? A normal shell command, but a shell command is a separate process, right? Or eggs and cheese and chili. I had eggs and peri peri sauce, scrambled eggs and peri peri sauce for breakfast, so not eggs for lunch. A not found command, but that sounds like it should just be an error. Why is not found command panicking, right? That seems like are you writing the implementation yourself? Then don't let it panic, right? There should be no, you should be able to return an error, right? Although sometimes a panic is the right thing to do, so I don't know. Is it sane to write something that should never be able to panic? Are you trying to use panics as exceptions? I'm extrapolating from what Inukai on YouTube is saying. Okay, so the errors that we have here are... So I thought we could get around this thing by just saying, okay, what if we just get these values? It means that we don't borrow this thing. We get the entry and then we kind of move on. But in reality, what is happening here is the moment we start mutating the values, we might change the collection. You might add a value to a vector, and that value in turn causes another component to be made somewhere in the middle of the tree. And that might be inserted before this value. So the next get function is, we're calling this function on ourselves, right? Well, you have to do some kind of error handling though, Perkenge. So you gotta avoid functions that can panic, like indexing into vectors. Instead, you have to use the get function. You have to have some means to report errors. Sorry. Whoa. You have to have some means to report errors. And if there is anything that you're using that is a third-party module that can panic, then yeah, you have to do some kind of panic catch there, right? Now that's fair enough. So in that sense, I don't know how much you're going to depend on third-party libraries and how much you're going to write yourself, but I guess the only thing you can do is just print to std and print the errors to std and then resume the loop, right? There's not much else you can do. So yeah, we can't do this, and this is one of those flaws, right? I think this is one of those programming mishaps that we end up with, whether you're a beginner or a seasoned developer. I think if you're a seasoned developer, you're going to have a quicker time spotting this, but iterating over a collection and mutating the values in the collection is fine. Mutating the collection itself is not. And some changes to a widget could result in the collection itself mutating. So how do we deal with this then? All right. We're not doing our CRF cells here. We're too cool for that overhead, right? It's all good. But this looks terrible. This is some kind of CrossFit person doing that, right? This is how you dislodge your arms from the sockets, right? Isn't that essentially what modifying a string does? Not really. It would be if you were to iterate over the characters of the string and you would manipulate a character, and as a result of that, that would also manipulate the string. That would be the equivalent. So we're getting values out of the component list here. We're getting a widget in a state ID, but we're also using these components down. Well, we should be using them down here in the context. Why aren't we using them in the context? Are they not supposed to be in there? Well, anyway. Yeah, I never got that. To me, every time I see CrossFit, I'm thinking this is a lot of bad form, right? And I'm not talking about like the steroid competition. I'm talking about people just be like, all right, here's my CrossFit set. And then there's like insane snatching of barbells into like stretch up, break yourself, down on the floor again, terrible form. Pull-ups are just this. It like you did some kind of dance party or this. This thing is just absolutely mental. There's no, at my age, the arms would be stuck to the bar and I would not be. It doesn't mean that you can't be fit. I mean, it's very small. It's hard to see. It doesn't mean that you can't be fit. And you can probably do CrossFit, but to me, it just looks like really bad form. You can lift with bad form and become fit. You can. But you're increasing risk of injury a lot, right? Do as many repetitions as possible in the shortest amount of time, which leads to form breakdown, terrible focus on the exercise. No, you're not really resisting the bars in both directions either, right? So you're throwing yourself up and then just letting yourself drop. There is no resistance in both directions. It's just seems scary, right? It's very athletic. It's more a ballistic exercise than a strength exercise. Leveraging pendulum is very anatomically efficient. It's anatomically efficient to hurt your shoulders. I cannot imagine that letting yourself drop, and why wouldn't you resist it on the way down? Why is speed even part of it? But as you said, right? Let's see. It's more, yeah. So this is not about. I don't think this is about healthy exercise. Okay. I think you can be healthy and you can do CrossFit. But I do not think that the CrossFit I have seen is about health. I don't think you're going to find a lot of 67-year-old people doing CrossFit. Okay, I'm not quite there yet myself, but I'm getting there. We'll get into the rust shortly. The CrossFit competition they have, though, used to be cool to watch. Those people have excellent form. In the gyms, they have bad form. What I saw from a CrossFit, there was like a CrossFit thing on YouTube. And the only thing I saw was a bunch of people on steroids. Well, maybe not her. I don't know, but maybe this, right? Yeah, and by all means, I haven't tested these people myself. I don't know if they are on steroids or not, but some of them really look like it. Actually, these people look sensibly fit, right? But when you see some people, that you kind of can't tell, right? Someone drowned in a CrossFit competition at the age of 20. Yeah, I think I heard that. They couldn't find them. It took them like hours to find them, right? No, I think it's, you can call it whatever you want, and I do not think it's anatomically it might be anatomically efficient, but I don't even know what that means, right? Because there's no way that you are throwing yourself up and catching your weight repeatedly and that is preserving your joints, right? Now, the thing is, I'm happy to be proven wrong, right? I used to say that I used to believe that your knees should never go over your toes, right? And this was not changed by knees over toes guy, but I have found him on YouTube as well, right? I used to think that was really bad, but I don't believe so anymore, right? Maximum work for least energy expenditure, but the point in building up your body, in nuking your nervous system and building your muscles or getting more fit is about the resistance, right? It's not just about resistance, it is about energy expenditure. So it's, why would you reduce energy expenditure? You're not gaining anything from it, right? If you remove the resistance, you're removing your performance gains, right? I mean, I can't run very fast, but I can travel really fast if I fall off a rooftop. But it's not going to do anything for my form until I land, obviously, depending on how tall the roof is. But if you remove the resistance, then what are you doing? If you don't have gravity acting against you, what are you building, right? Yeah, it was. I'm like that we can have a long conversation about an emote, right? I don't believe that this is a possibility, okay? I don't believe that you can be in your 70s and do CrossFit like that, right? I do not believe your body can take it. I don't think so. I think you are going to have inflamed shoulders. Your rotator cuff's going to be all knackered. Hello, Missy. How you doing? How was your stream? 100-meter fall. Indeed, Russ. So, yeah. All right. So, welcome, Raiders. We were just talking about some nonsense here in Rust. We're going to ignore the CrossFit conversation that just took place, because everyone knows that CrossFit is not for old people like myself. All athletes registered for any CrossFit competition are subject to drug testing any time during the year. I believe, I don't know if this is a specific thing, but I think that is complete and utter BS, right? I think there is just as much steroids in CrossFit as there is in bodybuilding and strongman events, right? Raj Fit, yeah, we'll do that instead, right? Crunch Fit. As long as it's not crotch fit. Very good, Chip self. Yeah. Anyway, so here's our predicament, right? By doing this, we're possibly changing the components, okay? I thought the context needed to have the components in it, but maybe it doesn't. But if it doesn't, then how do we build that up? Let's go to the component eval. Calisthenics is better than... I believe you. I agree with you. Because you can do calisthenics at any part of your life. And if you're not into weightlifting, which I am, but I mean, you can't tell because I'm not very good at it. But no. But if you're not... I'm kidding. But if you're not into weightlifting with dumbbells and going to a gym, calisthenics is absolutely amazing, right? If you're into it. I really don't think I think CrossFit is for people who are under 30, and 100%, you're not going to convince me otherwise. There's so much steroids in CrossFit as well. Okay. Now, for the component eval, surely we must have context components here. Oh, it's in the eval context. It's not the same context. We might be safe here. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, no. Give me, like, at least dumbbells to throw. I mean, I want something called dumb that is not me in the room, okay? All right, so we might be able to do this because we're not going to affect anything here. Where's the resize event? Here we go. You don't have something called a plain context. So yeah, it's the eval context. The reason this thing is called context is because this travels into the widgets. Oh my God. Because I'm giving this to the end user, and that's the only context they will know about, which is why I think context is fine. This is going to become untyped context, and we're going to have another context afterwards, but we're not there yet. Hello, Don. How you doing? Oh, man, I did not see you were streaming today. How you doing, buddy? Context is used as... all right. We don't do that. We don't do that. So this is fine to do because the collection cannot... The collection or components cannot change during this call. So we can do this. It's not pretty, but it can be done. Don't have to run. Oh, thank you. My context is just view types and something like plank or front lever. Yeah, anyway, here we are, right? So welcome Raiders from Don as well. We're all pretending to talk about fitness and be really fit, but we're all just sweaty nerds sitting around doing nothing, right? Doing nothing. We're just sitting here eating cake and complaining about things, right? Well, actually, you know, CrossFit has improved my dead grandfather's health significantly. I don't know. No. If you guys want to do CrossFit, go for it. What do I care? I'm not invested in your workout. Okay, so for loop. There we go, right? So we're going to copy this guy. But that also means that we need this guy. It's going to whack that in there. And then ship. That's not the right thing. I didn't want that. I wanted that here. And then here we say for I in 02 len. Wait, why did I declare index? This isn't JavaScript. What dumbassery is this? Okay, we're gonna pretend that we didn't see me doing that thing, okay? It's quite embarrassing. 0, thank you. Okay. It's just widget ID and me here. Nothing to see. Okay, there we are. What do you mean reload? Did you just undo all my changes? Let's just leave. What did I just do? Len. One day I'll manage to type a curly bracket. Widget ID and state. Okay, and state. Stake ID would be pretty good though. I'd have some of that. Expect the components cannot change as a result of this step. We're almost there. Over there yet? Over there yet? You better believe that we are there yet. Yes! We're done. I changed my font and I changed it back again. Or did I not change it back? I might have been using a dirty font. No, we're back to hack. Yeah, I did have a different... I tried some other font for a second or two, but I changed it back. Stake IDs are rare. Oh my god, Apollo. That is a beautiful thing to say. I can't believe you said that. No, that's the wrong thing. That is a wonderful thing to say. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to get a copy of this. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so this is compiling. Does this mean that we are now able to do this? We need to try this in a project. And we're going to do this in a project that has some kind of callback. First of all, is this compiling? Yes, it is. Then the next thing to do is look at this type. Look at it. Do you not just feel like this type warms your heart and you're like, if I could date a type, this would be that type? Is that not how you feel? Okay, so inner state, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go, right? So we have this callback of text change. And when this context becomes untyped context, we can get rid of this. So all of this can go, but we have to have it for now, right? I don't even know if it's 8 layers. If value is less than list, but it's less than value, but it's less than map. What? Oh, I see. I see what you did there. Okay, so we're going to publish text change. That means in our template, we're going to get rid of this thing. Whoops, not add that. Hello world. None of this is working. I broke something. All right, let's get this back to working. Wait, why isn't this working? Oh yeah, tab indices. That's why. And that is not the project that I need to fix. It's the Doddy, but it's not Doddy. Doddy reported it, and Doddy had some code. Chase a bug. Maybe chase a bug? Do you guys hello? Do you guys name your projects well? It's working. It's working. I mean, they all turn red, but it's still working. Okay, so we need to make this happen. We need to get the blur happen, right? Try to keep my product names under 4 letters. Oh man, I don't know how you do it. I mean, Rom is one. That comes from a user named Rom who asked the question once, and then we just got there, right? Let's go back here and quit, and back in here. Whoopsie doodles. Where's my poodles? Lib. There you go. Okay, so football club. I don't know what that is. What happens with the events on blur? That's what we're gonna look at. The blur thing. Any blur. So this has to tell the value that it is blur. All right, where do you come from? Okay, so we get the current one. Oh no, but that ain't right. That ain't right. Use Roman numerals, that would be good. Very good, Arbit. When Exos, all product names in working product are moved to temp. Oh, but temp is too temperamental. Okay, so if we have tab or back tab, then we're gonna get the current one, and we're gonna say, shouldn't this say focus? Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. So this has to be the current one. Oh, Nelly. We have to get the previous one, which we can't. This is the previous value, not the current value. Okay, so let's have one for previous ID then. Not super cool, but this thing will be tab in next. But we don't know if we just did a next or previous though. Oh, rubbish. Okay, do we have this in this tab in here? So next is gonna do what? It's gonna set the current one and return the previous one. So calling one of these will return the previous one. Right, I'm okay with that. Wait, why are you called tab index? Am I in the right place? No, previous. Okay. That will do. I don't know what I'm doing. BS! Oh yeah, you heard that right. U size. Yeah. Wait, that was for next. We need to do the same thing for prev. Beep boop. I don't care. Alright, so that's gonna be get rect. Damn, son. You need to return a U size. No, that was the right thing. Not W in U size. Okay, now we should be able to run this, add two values, press tab to move between the values. Although we're ending up in a component you can't see. And if I add another value, uh-oh. Oh, right. Of course not, you sausage. We can only add values from the root component. So, add two values, tab between them, back to root, add two more values, tab between these in either direction. This is working. This is working. Now, let's see what was Doddy's issue. Yeah, I think we're good. So we basically took out all the stuff that was there and then we made a new one. So what was Doddy's issue? It was something about, what is it? What is it about removing a value? Yes, this was the bug. And I think the bug is still there. And the issue is this. Yes, the bug is still there, right? So this is not fixing that bug. This is the precursor to fixing that bug. But now I am so violently starving that it has almost gone into dinner time. And I don't track numbers today, which means I can eat as much of food as I want, as long as I don't eat snacks, which means I'm going to go and devour large quantities of whatever it is that I find in the fridge. We are gonna pass this fine stream over to some unsuspecting person. No one is on who's doing software and game dev. Let's have a look. Can we get some Rust in here? Can we get some Rust and English in here? Oh, Tim is doing Ludum Dare, but then DevGirl is doing Rust. Okay, let's pop that open briefly. Let's have a look. No, that's a lot of pourquoi that I don't understand. So Agil's, it was not Englishy enough for me. I'm sorry. All right, let's see. Rust. No one cares about Rust anymore. Okay, keyboard programming, English ASMR, and I do like keyboards. Maybe we go there. Programming live. What keyboard are they sporting? That looks like a fun keyboard. It sounds kind of nice too. It looks a little bit plasticky. What are they programming? That looks a lot like Python. It smells a lot of Python in here. They didn't seem to chat though, so we can't really go there. That's me. No. Go dot. Yes, that's how I pronounce it. Get on with it. At least it doesn't say GIF. Swift iOS. There's no Rust anymore. It's fallen out of favor. You know not to learn Rust now because it's done. There's no SIG or C++ either. Is no one programming? There's a C++, flexing my terrible JavaScript, and it's a C++, so we'll ignore that. All right, okay. You know what? There'll be no raid. Now, I gotta go and eat, man. I'm super hungry. So I'll see you guys maybe after the food. We'll see how I feel. Maybe I'll just cry in that corner instead. Anyway, you guys are great. Well, most of you anyway. Have a wonderful Sunday. Bye for now.